Hey, good morning guys. Just going to get stuck in. So today I'm working through, well this month rather, now that we're into July, I'm going to be working through some more of our Descent into Avernus minis. So we don't actually need undead dwarfs for Descent into Avernus, but I do need some more skeletons for another project we're working on. And there are quite a few more undead type creatures coming up in the Descent of Avernus campaign, which I need to address. So I'm going to start chipping away at them. So the next couple that's coming up, I do have a few NPCs I need to get done at some point, which are some rogue monks from Candlekeep, a couple of three shield dwarf commoners, got a blacksmith and an incubus. I think maybe next month I end up doing like an NPC kind of encounter month. We'll get a few of these kind of guys done. Got an elderly aristocrat lady Satyr 3 on human. She's actually Order of the Shield, so the Saracen Knights I did a while back, she's always them, secretly. Spoiler alerts on. We've got a few more devils to come. So Mezzoloths, which are like big insect devil things. We've got some Dretches, which are 4 foot tall, fat bodies, scrawny, emaciated limbs, really ugly. That's my description I've written down. So we'll see where that one takes me. That'll be an interesting one. So they're kind of like, I imagine they're like the goblins from the goblins of the devil world kind of thing. So are they demons actually? They might be demons then. So I keep forgetting in D&D the demons and the devils are kind of opposite sides. So they're both enemy classes and they're both bad guys, as far as the game kind of pictures it. They're not allies, they don't like each other. So, got two cloaked ghasts and a young girl commoner, so that'll be one of the ones I'll be working on for this month. A ghoul wearing studded leather armour, formerly a rogue, before becoming a ghoul obviously. And 12 zombies. Now obviously I've already got 6 zombies in the group. So I am going to be adding some more, and this is where we come back to the skeletal dwarves and things like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some racial variations into this last group of zombies. So we've got 6 human zombies already. I do need a group of soldier zombies, which I've already got 1 soldier zombie in that first zombie group. So I'm going to add some more zombies to that to make that we'll have a group specifically of like military zombies, like soldiers, and then we'll have another group of commoners. So we'll have amongst that some dwarfs, maybe an elf. We'll throw in I kind of want to say a few goblins, but I might do goblin zombies as a separate little group. Okay, so I've got four skeletons with melee weapons here. This last one needs beating up and kind of dinking and denting too much. His hip is a bit more. He's it's only really his boots and his axe that I think still need doing. But I'll pick that one up later because that's not a job for today. These guys are actually for a Kickstarter project that I'm working on, trying to kind of get to the finish. Let me switch over to multi-stream, just in case anybody's on YouTube or Facebook. If you are and I missed you, I apologise. Okay, so first one for today, let's do Lulu the Holophant. If you don't know what Lulu is, she is a little gold flying elephant. Let me show you the actual D&D image for us. So this is the picture from the Descent into Avernus book, just so you kind of know where I'm roughly pitching. Morning Robert, morning Luke. I hope you guys are doing well. If you're still around, the Facebook chat, Facebook comments do obviously double up as the chat function on Facebook. So if you want to kind of say hello and ask any questions, whatever, feel free. I can see your thing now because I've put multi-stream chat back on. Okay, so yeah, so we've got a little flying elephant. So I mean, we've got, I suppose, key thing here is the wings instead of ears. I kind of feel like it needs to still have ears. So there's a lot of different kind of versions. This one is like literally more an elephant with wings. It's always kind of a bit of an ugly elephant, but I think it's supposed to be quite cute. So yeah. Let's park that. Let's start making a base model. Oh, before we do, let me just show you something else I was working on. So we've now got a group of, it's not there. Here we go. So I need to add one more of these guys to this because these are part of the Descent into Avernus release. So we've got Minotaur skeletons. There's a group of 4 of them required at some point, or potentially required. So 3 of them, and again they contribute towards my undead army, which is the bonus. So these guys will be going out into this month's release. Let me save this, and I'm going to fire up a new file and we start working on the other characters. So we'll get Lulu in. Okay, so we go Lightbox, we go Project, so it's going to go Default. Okay, first thing I always want to do is load in my base mesh with a ruler. Irrespective of what I'm sculpting, I will always put this in the scene at the beginning. The reason this goes to the scene at the beginning is because it has a human model, which is the proportions I use for most of my models. This is my starting point for any human or humanoid figure I make. Standing on a 25mm diameter base, which is kind of, you know, industry standard across the board, and with a properly scaled ruler. So anything I do, anything I make is now relative to this guy and his ruler. Just merge the body parts down, so I actually need the guy for this particular sculpt. However, I still want him there as a reference point. Delete the extra arms. Okay, I'll keep the ruler in. Okay, so we're going to append a sphere. It's going to go smack in the middle. I'm really struggling to get comfortable today. Okay, let's come back then. Let's get a baby elephant picture. That is a cute. I'm going to use that as our basis, I think. Or do we go for something a little bit different, a bit more mobile, and maybe rework it so it's in a flying pose? Anybody's on stream and have any ideas about this? If you feel very strongly about how Lulu the Holophant should look, feel free to fire up. Okay, so let's go for. That was quite a good action pose. They're not very dynamic, are they, baby elephants? They're not like lambs where they're baby goats and things like that, where they're like leaping around doing all funny stuff. Okay, I need to pay a little bit of attention to the things like this, like the arm joints and stuff, because I think elephants' arms and things move, arms and legs, very similar to human limbs in terms of the actual joints and stuff. Not in terms of obviously, you know, being massive, great big trunks. Morning, Bunker. How we doing, chap? Is your printer? Are you one on the printer yet? I'm just trying to find a kind of a cute baby elephant picture to start with. Oh, there we go. There's a nice one. I don't know if someone's put googly eyes on that elephant there, but that looks bizarre, man. Ah, there. That's a lovely little picture. Let's save that one down, so I've got a reference here. Save that cute little baby elephant. And then where's the other one I spotted just? It's a bit chilly today, isn't it? I've got my office back up to temperature. I've been in here since about 8 o'clock, just pottering away, trying to get a bit of admin stuff done. So, my office has warmed up a little bit already by now, but it was definitely on the cooler side this morning. It was about 14 degrees when I came in here. Oh, he's a cute little one, isn't he? Let's just save that one down as well. And where was that little one with the curly trunk I spotted that I was going to use? I'm sure I've gone past it. Should have saved it when I first spotted it, shouldn't I? Baby elephant, where are you? Is that one? That's a cute one. So save that hairy little bugger down. Okay, let's part this up here. Okay, let's start by rotating them sideways. Let's use this piece of the body. Put the X symmetry on. Let's just get some. So I'll make this and then we'll scale it in relation to that ruler and to the human character. Oh my god, I forgot how cold my tea was. Morning Vladislav. I am making Lulu the Holophant from Descent into Avernus. So on the assumption that you're not familiar with it already, Lulu is a little golden, well, a holophant basically. A holophant is a little golden elephant with wings that flies and is kind of all magical. She's one of the NPCs from the game. She's quite a key character, and I should have sculpted her quite a while back when she first appeared in the campaign, set in relation to the other characters I've made. So I'm a little bit late to the party making this one, but it'll work out, I'm sure. So I'm just going to move that up, duplicate those, give her a... Right, so elephants, we've got the forward bending on here, and then we have, ignore the relative sizes of this, they're all a little bit out, but I just want to get the individual parts done so I can get to actually posing. So I'm just going to rough out all the shapes first. How are you this morning, Vladislav? Or Vlad, if you prefer. I also apologise if I'm butchering your pronunciation there as well. Please do feel free to correct me. Oh, very nice. Just Vlad. Cool, man. Okay, well, yeah, I mean, if you want to, so this model, anything I sculpt on stream goes into our Patreon releases. So if you're a subscriber to our Patreon or to our tribes, you'll get these, like, in your inbox as soon as they're ready, pretty much. So I would anticipate I'll have Lulu done today. If there's any others you need, by the way, if you're going to be meeting Lulu, I've also made Traxigor, the wizard. So he's currently available on my website. Cute little automage with a tuning fork. So we've got Sylvia Savikas, the Archmage, or Archsage I think she is, isn't she? In fact, I've made everything for Descent into Avernus up till this point, basically. In fact, beyond this point, like I said, I should have done her a while back. So I've done everything that you need, every single NPC, every single enemy encounter, right up to mid. Ah, brilliant! There you go. You'll be getting this one soon then. Hopefully this morning. I'll say this morning, late last night. I did a rollout of last month's files. So if you've got your stuff in your inventory for last month's stuff, you should have all the bandits, the Count Olaf and those guys, along with some swamp bases. So yeah, check them out, give them a little whirl. Oh, so you got Tarka go already, haven't you now? The otter dude. and Lucinda. Lucille. Is there anything you're particularly looking forward to? Anything you're waiting on? Apart from Lulu. Some serious elephant booty, isn't it? Gets that reshaped. So this is all just very rough forms at the moment. Right, bugger. Very rough forms at the moment. Give her a little tail. What do you think, Bonko? In fact, Vlad, you're going to be using it. What do you think Lulu should have? Do we go for little like vestigial wings, or do we give her like proper big ass wings, or do we follow suit with some of the artwork and give her little wings for ears and then maybe some bigger wings on her back that are a bit more functional? Oh, she's a little furry thing as well, isn't she? So I need to make sure she's actually got like, fur on her body. Guys, if anybody saw that happening, I really apologise. That was the most god-awful, unelegant bit of mesh play I've ever seen. Let me just save this because I haven't even saved the file on this one. Alright, how do we want to see Lulu? Do we want her to have little wings for ears and then like a big set of wings that she uses? Do we just want the big wings and like proper elephant ears, or has anybody got any particularly strong feelings either way about it? Oh, I'll tell you what, it's really random here now. Have you ever seen an elephant skull? Because I'm pretty damn certain an elephant skull is the reason we have Cyclops. In mythology, because obviously mythology is like based loosely, isn't it, on okay, Vlad. So we go for the big pair on the back and small ones for ears. Yeah, give it that kind of sort of holes. Make her a bit fatter as well, because little fat baby elephants and fat baby animals are cute, aren't they? Although she's not technically a baby. But I don't know about you, I feel like Lulu should be quite a cute little thing. Now she crawls out, when you first meet her, she crawls out from a pile of stuff, which means that she's got to be a pretty small elephant. So I'm kind of thinking like, I don't know, maybe the size of a small dog or something perhaps, or... And how about pose, Vlad? Would you prefer like a flying pose, or do you want it sitting, or does anything kind of spring into your head? Do you have like a vision of how this character should be? So obviously I can do this, come up with the ideas and things like that, but as a tribe subscriber who's made the effort to come on and join online, I'll throw this out to you and see what you think. Vote for Flying Bunker. The problem with flying poses, you need to have like something to anchor them to the base with. Not a problem, just need to kind of know what to do, what to anchor it with then. Brings up a next layer of discussion, you know what I mean? Okay, so we'll do her flying then. What I'll do is I'll do her all wonky so she's not flying straight. Again, give her that kind of cute, clumsy baby elephant kind of vibe again. And that way that'll let me put maybe one of her wings so it's like grazing the floor, angle her sideways at a 45-degree angle or something like that, and then she can be kind of, maybe put a few like magic books or something on the floor next to her to kind of support her. Nah, Dumbo's not going to be great, I don't think, mate, because the problem with Dumbo is Dumbo's actually flying. And the problem I've got to try and overcome here is I could just say, right, I'm just going to make a little flying base. And I'll just give you a little stand to put her on. But that's not my preferred means of delivery, if you like. I'd much rather have it kind of have some kind of like integrated anchor onto the model that allows you to kind of just print her and stick her on a base. So she can have the appearance of flying, but also have what's the word? Yeah, I mean back to the previous comment. Have you seen an elephant's skull? So I was looking it up for like I was gonna make a bunch of animal skulls so we can use them. Basically, just create them as assets so they're ready to use, and then whenever we make like wizards and necromancers or any of that kind of stuff, I can kind of draw down on the kind of the resources we've got. And so I've got like a dog skull already, and I've got like a wolf skull and some bird skulls and things like that. I've got a few of those kind of things like made up and like in reserve, ready to rock. But an elephant skull is full on. Let me show you. It literally looks like a cyclops. Let me check this out. I mean, that does not look like the elephants that we were that we kind of know. Do you know what I mean? This is like, obviously this is where the trunk kind of like the nostrils are, isn't it, for the trunk? They're up here, but that looks like one huge eye socket. The eye socket's like down here and off to the side, but it just looks like a little bit of a pointed cheekbone and stuff when you look at it. So honestly, anybody finding one of these things, you're going to go, Jesus, what the hell is that? And then they've got like this weird kind of pointy chin at the bottom, which makes it look really human as well, which is just, again, just weird. So they're bizarre creatures skeletally. And you wouldn't never look at that skull and kind of say, oh yeah, that's clearly an elephant. So, it's just weird. I love it. Add the tusks on there, like you say, Bunker. Yeah, the tusks kind of go, oh yeah, right, fair enough. But when they're little ones like that, they just like massive fangs, don't they? That looks like pretty bloody horrifying, really. And that thing there. So yeah, back to the skull. So let's give it a big nasal ridge there that the elephants have to kind of allow for the trunk, the breathing bit. Fatten up her trunk at the base a little bit, just so it's got a bit more meat to it. Because again, she's going to be small. We don't want it to be fragile if we can help it. Give it little chubby cheeks. Oh, speaking of tusks, actually, will Lulu have tusks, do we think? The head's a bit too big, isn't it, in relation to the body, so I just need to shrink that down a touch. Right, save a little bit of time. I have got some wings I made. somewhere. That's a little bit cumbersome, I think. That's not going to work. I used that for an owl. Sorry, I made them for an owl. Maybe fluffy them up a little bit. Let's just check the polygroups. Let's do some auto grouping. Try not to crash it. Again, she's small. I don't want too much in the texture. Let's give it a polish and a group. Okay, that's not the end of the world, that's not too bad. Good with that. Okay, so what I should say here as well, the feathers I'm using here, these are actually from a tool I purchased. So they are actually the third-party feathers that are designed to kind of like as like a wing building kit. And as great as they are for just chucking a feather in nice and quickly, there's not a lot of variety in the kind of the pattern of them. So you still kind of tend to have to go in and do a little bit of extra work just to kind of make them a little bit less uniform. Like having all these little notches and stuff in the same place on every single feather just looks weird. It doesn't gel. Don't mind one or two of them having them, you know what I mean? But at least move them about or rework it a touch. You don't want to just copy and paste the same thing over and over again. Same thing if you're doing wood planks. Anything that's got like a kind of an obvious texture to it. You really need to make sure you've got a bit of a good bit of variety and alternate it and mix it up enough that it doesn't look kind of stale and stagnant and obviously repeated. Because there's nothing worse than having like I'll say there's nothing worse, there's plenty of things worse, but you know, it's a bugbear of mine when I see like sculpts where you have repeating textures. So whenever I do fur on a model, I'll always sculpt every single fur strand separately. I don't use any kind of like cloning or anything like that. Maybe use symmetry a little bit to start with when I'm roughing it in, but by the time I come to actually detail it, the whole thing is like sculpted from scratch, with symmetry off to give me maximum kind of, you know, maximum control over placement and all that kind of stuff. And that is just the way I like it. I'm going to keep a good amount of thickness to these feathers as well, because if we thin them out too much, they're going to just like vanish. They're just going to disappear, and obviously we don't want that. They've got to be printable, otherwise this whole thing's pointless. Right, and I'll quickly caveat again tomorrow. So tomorrow there will not be a stream, I don't believe. I've got a meeting which I'll be out at for probably most of the day. If I do get home and I've still got time, I may jump on and do a little bit of a stream, but it's likely I'm not going to have the time, if I'm honest. I don't think I'll be back home much before about 3-4 o'clock. So, unless we have like a last minute cancellation or something like that, I won't be around tomorrow. This is a ball ache of a job, this is. Let me just reduce the thing and try just diminish it again. Okay, so that's not good. Let me just try it again. Right, that's better. That's nerfed a lot of the details. So the small feathers, I've only got a few big ones to deal with. That's fine. I can deal with that. Oops, let's put the right tool on. So I'm just doing the one wing here. So again, this is another common thing you'll see me do. I'll use something I've already made as a starting point, and then we'll customise it to the point where it's its own thing. But it just means I can save a little bit of time on kind of like construction and fabrication, get onto detailing. So any feathers that are a little bit deviant and a little bit not the right shape, I can just correct and just stretch around and pull till they are. And I need to make sure I close these gaps here as well, because these gaps are obviously bad. Oh god, obviously not great for the overall model. Definitely don't want them there in the finished product. I remember making these wings and how much of a pain in the arse they were actually. Because Because of all these overlapping like feathers here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to merge all of these together. I'm going to just smooth them out a touch, because this, I know full well the size these wings are going to be. Do you know what? I'm better off taking these feathers, aren't I? The size that these wings are actually going to be on the little elephant. And I probably ain't even going to use the whole wing, because maybe for the back one, but like the little head ears, I mean, they're going to be a lot smaller than that. Okay, let me just merge all of that together. That is all auto grouped, I believe. This is what I want to see now. Yeah, perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. So let's do that now. Bingo. Right, so that is exactly what I wanted up here. I'm just going to come in now with a smallish sized brush using the dynamic tessellation. So it keeps my mesh nice and tight. It doesn't give me any kind of like massive distortion, but it's going to smooth out all of these nodules and bumps and rough bits. Remove any kind of voids and cavities under there, which I obviously need to get rid of. And that's just going to leave me just enough texture just to imply that we're dealing with a little bit of something going on. Right, so I'm just going to now I'm not going to do lots of these, but I'm just going to do some kind of strokes just to kind of imply the feather details, yeah? Now where's bunker? Catch him in, mate. I only want to do this once because I am going to use the same wing on the other side. So what I do is, with the feathers like this, what I can do is I can spread the feathers out a little bit and create a bit of difference in the posing without having to worry too much about the detailing. I need to revisit my chocobos at some point and update the feather texture on them. Well, in fact, actually, do you know what? I need to make some griffins for this to go with Lulu. So now that's a mode of transport that you use when you're on your way to go and see Traxigor. Quite important when you're doing this kind of stuff that your the detailing on the feathers, like the actual the brush I'm using, in terms of the physical thickness of the cuts and the slices and whatever you want to call the grooves. The physical size of these grooves should be consistent and the same across all of them. So it doesn't matter how big the feather is, as long as you've used the same brush size to create the texture, then it still reads as correct. If you start taking one and scaling it up and down, what you'll find is that the detail becomes mismatched and it looks visibly wrong. It looks like you've just scaled up and scaled down the same thing over and over again. So if you're going to do that, there's nothing wrong with it, but I would suggest always do it before you do your detailing phase. Now again, this wing now, what I'm going to do is, once I've done this, I will save this wing out. So this will become the basis of like another feathery wing I'm going to use at some point. So it might even become the wing for the griffins I just mentioned actually. Or the basis of it, you know what I mean? So we'll have the detailed feathers I'll be able to use, I can repose them, I can drag them around, stretch them out, retexture, redetail them. Too many bloody feathers on this thing. Guys, I apologise this isn't exactly thrilling viewing because it's the same stuff repeated over and over and over again, but hopefully you'll understand it's necessary. Bit of luck, my charming wit and the lo-fi vibes will be enough to keep you hanging around until it gets a bit more interesting. Right, so we're going to get the thicker notches carved in just so they're a bit more prominent. I'm not even halfway through. I think I'm going to do to that pink one, and then I'll stop, do that last one, and then clone that all the way back, I think. I should keep that. That was a complete accident, but it worked out quite well. Sometimes it's actually quite a good exercise to do things like this repeatedly because it builds that bit of muscle memory. So next time you need to come do it, you just do it a little bit faster. So this was the last one. Can't be far off, can it? Yeah, that was my last one. That's the one I'm going to clone. I'm going to repeat all the way back there. So, let's save again. Right, so smaller feathers. When you got your laser mouse turned on as well, that stroke's going to start a little bit heavier than where it finishes. So it's good to do the strokes going from the inside out like this. So you start from the outside, it tapers off the wrong way. And again, I'm thinking about painting these. They're going to get ink washed for the most part, I think. So what we really want is for that centerpiece to be. Oh, that's in the wrong place, isn't it? We want that centre ridge line to pick up the washes. So pick them up. It's going to gravitate towards there. It's going to run down here. It's going to sit in that little line of grooves. So the outside of the feather here, ideally, we want to be more light. We want the ink to run in. Having that ridge line down the middle, that's going to help to guide the ink. So basically my plan is with these things, what I'm going to do, I'll create the wing as it is in pieces like this, so everything's identifiable and can be isolated. It's got all the polygroups maintained. I'm going to use that. That's going to form the base of the wing. Got the template, and then once I've posed it and I've got everything where I need it to be, the whole wing's going to get merged together, and I'm going to have to go through with that inflate brush and just fill in any little nooks and crannies and cavities that appear. So that's just like a post-processing step, which is a bit of a pain, but it's necessary, unfortunately. The reason I'm doing each feather individually as well, by the way, is because once this gets to about 1.5 million polys, the dynamic tessellation on this brush starts acting up, and it glitches and it lags, and it does not want to play ball. So, in the interest of keeping it actually lightweight enough that I can work on it, the best thing to do is isolate everything we're not working on. Remove it from the picture, and then we'll put it back when you need it. Right, now you can see this is fairly low resolution. Frankly, I don't care because it's going to be so small on the model. I'm not worried about these little bits of like topology showing up. In fact, I actually think most of these little things I'm sculpting right now are going to get lost a little bit. So these are more for when we start using it for like the big wings. When we put these onto the ears, there's no way these are going to actually show. So just going to hold Control and Shift for that. And shrink that feather down that way. Widen it here. And then pop it up just there like that. I'm going to do the same again. Across. Worry about the horizontal alignment or the horizontal. We'll worry about horizontal alignment afterwards. Let's get them roughly in place here first. Now, if you are concerned about like the all the pixels being visible here, what you can do is just run smoothing over it first. Just run your smoothing brush. So just do that, and you can see it will smooth out the squares, give you a cleaner mesh to work on. But as you sculpt over it with the grooves and stuff anyway, it's going to automatically like deal with that in the areas you're sculpting. So if you're doing a large model, you do want to make sure this is smooth before you begin sculpting. Ah, yeah. Let's save this. Don't know why that glitch should just happen. Getting cocky then, trying to do too many in one go. See, this is why Bunker's gone, isn't it? He was just bored to tears of watching me sculpt feather details. Don't blame you, Bunker. He's like, I ain't watching this crap for ages. Okay, so that's the outside wings done. Let's just do these inside ones. Wings? Feathers? What am I talking about? God damn, you know words.
Computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Right, I believe there's a chunk of something in the middle of this purple feather. As you can see, runs under here, and that was my previous attempt to try and get this to not kind of not fill out and not have the cavities in. Oh no, that sounds interesting, though, mate. What, they're using some like the Tears of the Kingdom type mechanics for like the fans and things. Because one of the things me and Jacob talked about actually was like, you know, what, I mean, this is going back before the game came out, but you know, what kind of thing do you want to see out of Tears of the Kingdom? And he was like, oh, I want to see more like Minecraft building stuff in there, because in the first one, Breath of the Wild, you could like make Link a house, and it was kind of pointless. There's nothing you gained out of it. You know, like, you got a room to some like weapon stands and stuff to display your best weapons. I mean, funny, like everything in Zelda's got like got a lifespan and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? So all the weapons are consumable. They die with like damaging enemies, like in Minecraft. So like, what's the point in stashing them and storing them and stuff to look at them when you're not even in the house you're storing them? Do you know what I mean? It's just you're just removing them from your game. Thankfully, in Tears of the Kingdom, they've introduced like a vendor where you've got a means of buying back unique weapons. So things that are like one-offs that you'll find in a treasure chest in the depths and it will never kind of come back again. Like those kind of weapons, you can actually purchase them again. So they're not just like one-offs. You have to find them before you can buy them, so you still have to do the hunting and stuff. But yeah, we were saying about it, and we were like, Jacob's like, yeah, I want to see more. I want to see more building, more kind of like more Minecraftiness out of it. And to be fair to them, they've done it, mate. They've added, like you can go into like the fields in Hateno Village, and you can plant crops and stuff, so you can actually grow your own whatever. And they've put what do we call it now? Like you can actually build Link's house now, rather than like just paying somebody to like make it for you. You can like physically buy rooms and actually use Link's like super glue powers. It's not called super glue power, but that's what it is. Uses super glue powers to to glue these parts together in any configuration you like, really. But yeah, it's nice. It's nice the way they've done it. It's got a lot of. It feels right, but I think a lot of it would translate very well into Minecraft. It's the point I was trying to make before I started rambling on about how cool Tears of the Kingdom is. Oh, cheers, Bunker. Is it for PC? Is it though? Because we've only got it on the Switch. I mean Minecraft, obviously. Yeah, we've got it on the Switch, mate. Can't remember who got it for him, but somebody bought it for Jacob. Might have been me even, actually, to be fair. It's little man's birthday in a few days. Wednesday. 8 years old. Where's the time gone? Oh, I'll have a little mooch on the Minecraft store myself, mate. I'd say Jacob would love Can you add different enemies into Minecraft, or is it always the same? Because I know I would quite like to see some different things in the game. Right, Lulu. Stand up and plump my cushion, guys, because it's super flat and my bum's going numb. I don't even know if that's going to help. That feels about right size for Lulu, I think. Well, now Lulu's furry, so I think that purple bit I've put at the top there, I'm gonna... Do you know what I've just realised, guys? I'm sitting in the wrong bloody chair. You know when you've got like... You've got a chair that you're used to, and then you sit in a different chair, and it's not right. That's why I'm not comfortable. That's better. God, the difference a chair makes, eh? Go, 2 wings, beautiful. So I'm going to duplicate this, and this time I'm going to, oh no, I don't want to do that. This time all I want is this piece I'm just reworking some of these feathers to make them a little bit wider. I want them to fill the gaps a little bit better. Don't worry guys, these ugly ass feathers are going to get fixed. This is just a shape. I might put a few little feathers on Lulu's legs as well, just going to help it along a little bit, just with the consistency and the detailing. So I'm going to have fur going onto a head, onto the wings here. So these purple bits here, this is going to be fur. And I think maybe where we have the legs, there should be like a few little feathers on the back of the feet or something along those kinds of lines, just for a little bit of consistency. Yeah, the elbows, that kind of thing. Okie dokie, let's take... Let's trim this bugger out. Don't need the whole drumstick bit here. That's gonna go. Oh, shite. So accidentally then press. Sometimes when I go up here to like change the intensity or turn this thing on, these little black blocks across the top here. You see the little orange one. These are the undo steps. So you can see I've got 224 undo history on this particular piece. So if I grab that and drag it all the way back here, it's going to like undo 100 steps of what I've just done. And if I do something else before I undo the undo, before I correct it, then what ends up happening is it gets made permanent. You usually get a notification before it does it, so it's not, you know. But there are times when I've done stuff and I've undone it like that, and then Zbrush is kind of going, oh, we're running out of memory. Let's just delete all the undo history because it's sacrificial. And then you go to redo it, and you're like, shit, it's gone. There's no undo history. It's one of those other times where Zbrush is just an absolute arse to you. I understand why they've done it, you know what I mean? It makes sense to a point, but it's not helpful. Not when you've just lost all your work. Pepsi Lipton. What? Pepsi Lipton. Ah, combination of soft drinks. I like it. Good combo. Well, I don't know if it's a good combo. I don't know if I'd mix the two, but I don't use Blender. I use it occasionally. I use it for rendering. So basically, so when I render in Zbrush, it doesn't give me quite the thing I'm after. So the only thing I really use Blender for is I've got a rendering rig set up in there, and my wife does the rendering for me. So any of the products you see on my website, so if I just pull up a couple and show you, any of the products we've got, my wife does the renders for them. So they all get rendered up in Blender first. No, I don't do any rigging. No rigging. So basically, it's just it's a pre-configured lighting rig, so all the lighting exists. There's a render material in there that we can apply to the models. A lot of them. There's a render material that gets applied, and that's it really. So, I mean, just see if you carry on watching, when you see what I'm doing here, you'll see I'll be posing soon. So I just need to get the bit of detail sorted first, and then what I'll do is I'll pose it and then I'll sculpt all the rest of the detail on in an asymmetrical fashion. So, how can I understand in Blender are objects attached or just groups? So, if you're working in Blender, if I remember right, you'll have what I've got here. So you've got these polygroups, right? And each of these is its own mesh. So the reason I can isolate these, I think in Blender, I think you press L. So you click one poly in an island, and then you press L, and that'll isolate all of the topology for that whole unified mesh. And then you can obviously work on that in its own. You can split it out and keep it as a separate piece. The thing you'll find is different with Blender is this model at the moment is 7 million polys. L doesn't work. You might have to hover the mouse over the part, then over one of the vertices on the piece you want to isolate. So say you want to pick this feather up, hover over one of the vertices and then press L, and I'm sure that should highlight that entire section orange and just highlight the whole thing. It used to be L anyway. Have I got the shortcuts up here for that, or is that? Oh, that's the Zbrush cheat sheet on there. It's basically, I can't remember the key now. It is to just highlight the. Shift and L, sorry, not just L. Shift and L. So whatever's under the cursor, it'll select all connected geometry. So it's basically very similar to me just doing that. So that's it. It'll do the same kind of thing. It'll isolate just that one piece for you, and you'll be able to split that out and remove it from the rest of the mesh. Just do a quick save. But yeah, what you'll find is with Blender's going to try and render everything up all in one go. So everything that's in the scene is going to be rendered in real time in Blender. So you have to physically hide stuff. Opens options of actions. It's select connected, I think was the thing. I say it's been a while since I've used Blender for actual modelling and stuff. Okay, so here we go. So this is my render. This is my renderer. So if I want to, wrong window in it. Okay, so I've got two objects here. I've got the rider and the bird. So I think, oh there you go, L. It is just L. Yeah, just L on its own. How one guy's having two weapons grouped together, but then on the left and right hand bones split. Ooh. Okay, so am I right in saying you're trying to rig something, and you've got one weapon which is a group. The two weapons are one piece. They're two separate items, but they're one object in. Have they been grouped together? Have they just been joined, like when you press Shift and J? Because all I would do is like here, for example. So let's highlight the rider. So I'll hover over and press L. Get that there, and then you want to go to Mesh. Split. Is it split or separate? Separate selection, I think it is. Yeah, separate selection, and now it's a separate object. So the rider is now separate from the bird in that case. So it's in the mesh options. So you select all the pieces you want, go to mesh, and then just separate it out. If you split it, what split will do is it'll still keep it in the same tool, so it'll still keep it in the same kind of object, but your vertices won't be connected, so you'll be able to physically drag it and move it away. So I don't know a lot about rigging. It's not something I've done a lot of, so I can't unfortunately kind of give you any kind of directional steer on that, but I can at least tell you that bit. So, but if you're only posing a single model, you are more than welcome. If you're only posing a single model though, it's probably not worth rigging it. If you're doing it for a miniature, if you're animating it or you want to do something a bit more complicated, then absolutely go ahead, rig away. If you're doing something like what I'm doing here, where it's a miniature that's going to be printed and it's a one-off piece, rigging doesn't save a lot of time. It doesn't save any time. It takes you a lot more time. So what I will do here is, I'm just about to pose this little fella anyway, so I might as well start now. So I'm going to turn symmetry off in a minute. Let me turn the polygroup. I want to keep polygroups on so I can see what's polygroup, but I want to turn the line off so I don't have to look at all the messy grid. It just turns everything into a black mess. So I want to pose Lulu. So first thing I'm going to do, whilst I've got symmetry on, I'm going to come sculpt the toenails and stuff. So we've got the feet details in. So let's have a look at elephant feet. They have got funny little feet, haven't they? Okay, so elephant feet. We've got these cute little pads on the bottom. Again, with symmetry on, let's just smooth this line out. It's just auto group, and I'm going to do a high res Dynamesh with group and polish on. Let me just check the eyes. I want to make sure my eyes don't get mangled. Well, I've lost a bit of detail, but I'll live with that. I can add that back in a minute when I do all the texturing. Right, let's get the... So I'm going to do toes. Right, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 toes on the elephant's foot, I think. Is that right? Possibly another one on the inside. I can't see in any of these angles, which is really helpful. Let me just go to a website called Do Elephants Have Toes? Now, I must be able to get a picture of the bones of an elephant's feet or something. But... Okay, so they have 5 toenails on each. Ooh. Oh, that's different. I wouldn't have known that if I hadn't looked it up. African forest elephants and Asian elephants have front feet with 5 toenails, whilst the back feet have only 4. African bush elephants are a bit unique and have 4 toenails on the front feet and just 3 on the back. So what variety of elephant are we making Lulu? Do you know what, it don't matter. Let's just do 1 less toenail on the back to whatever I do on the front. Let's do 4 on the front and do 3 on the back maybe. The more you know, like every day's a school day, eh? Okay, so elephant feet are kind of weird. There we go, so we're going 4 toes on the front. So Pepsi Lipton, just given a choice, would you go Pepsi or Lipton? I think personally, I think I'd pick an iced tea actually. But if it's a little bit later in the day, I might go for the Pepsi and throw a bit of JD in there. That'd be the start to a nice chilled evening, that would. See, we learn a lot on this stream, don't we, Bunker? What's we're doing 3 toes on the back foot. Yeah, I know. See, it's just told me it's going to delete my undo history. Or it's deleted some of it at least. It'll do like about 1,000 odd steps, and it'll kind of go, yeah, we need to reduce this down a bit. But one of the things I tend to always think about with Zbrush, which kind of stops you worrying so much about the undo history actually, you need to stop being precious about everything you make and just kind of go, you know, I am fully prepared to resculpt everything if I need to. I won't, because that's what I'm saving it right now. But like, say I lose a foot, or if I accidentally screw the foot up and then kind of think, oh god, I need to go back and deal with it. Rather than mithering about how to restore it to its form of elegance or form of glory or whatever else, I'll just kind of go, I'll just sculpt it again. And at least that way, then it stops you being so worried about it. That's true for any art, anything you do, whether you're painting miniatures, drawing pictures, sculpting models, whatever. Let it go. I'm really fighting the urge to burst out into a bit of Frozen at the moment because been watching Disney films with the little one. But I'll spare you. Yeah, always be prepared to just say, right, do you know what? I'll just do it again. It's not the end of the world. So we're just about at the posing stage with Lulu now. You start thinking about the actual pose. And I shot you down earlier, Bunker, but let's have a little look at Dumbo poses and let's see what Dumbo flying. Let's see if we get anything out of that we might be able to use. Unfortunately, not really. I mean, some of the newer version of the film where it's got the CG version of him flying around are quite cool, but it's just feet forward and flying through the air. There's not really anything kind of inspiring about it. That one I quite like actually. Maybe use that kind of thing. Ah, there we go. How about something like that? Oh, balls. Give me a sec, guys. How do you reckon something like that? So we'll put a twist in the body. But what I'll do is this wing here, I'm going to bring it down and round this way. So we'll bring this wing like grazing the floor, so the body's up in the air, I think. Should put a little bow around the neck. Decisions. These wings I think are a touch big, so I'm just going to shrink them down. Let's do some moving and reproportioning, just a little tiny bit. Okay, so first thing I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna literally clone all of Lulu. I'm gonna merge visible. So I'm gonna leave my base mesh unscathed and untouched. I'm just gonna create this new one. I'm just gonna take my base off and my ruler. So let's split the base first. That I just need to make sure it's centered because it never is for some reason. I got it completely off centered on the base mesh when I brought it in. I'm going to take the ruler. I'm going to move the ruler off to the side and hide it. And now we're going to go to Lulu. I'm going to call her Lolly then, just for compliance. Make her a touch smaller. Whoop. This on. Let's take a feet. Let's mask them bits. Let's mask these bits. I'm gonna hold Control. I'm gonna tap on the edge of the border a few times to soften that mask out. Get into the middle of the body. Kind of at the joint, yeah. That's roughly about right. I think I'm going to... Oops. Turn the legs this way. So again, anybody who's wondering how I do the posing, this is it. There's no rigging involved. It's just literally move stuff around until it feels right. And again, there's a lot of texture on an elephant usually. This one's going to be very furry, so I'm not going to worry too much about like wrinkly knees and all that kind of gubbins. But the hang on a second, let me just get my mental processing out of the way so I can speak. The texture, and whether it's wrinkles or fur or feathers or anything else at this point now, if you start doing it before you pose, you're going to end up destroying it anyway. So you're always best off actually just saving it to the end. And again, it always looks better if you can, you know, if you're willing to spend the time on it. It's always better to do it asymmetrically, so that you don't have like repeating patterns in your models. Because again, it's one of my biggest bugbears is just those repeating patterns that just crop up all over and over again. And I know I've said it on multiple streams now, but like typically it's things like you get fur where people use like an alpha stamp. And it's something you can buy. It's not one that they've made themselves. It'll be one that you can buy in a, you know, in a store or whatever. You know, you can go to someone who's like, I don't know, Gumtree or ArtStation store, and you can buy a brush pack and gives you all like the alphas for like fur textures and stuff. And obviously the problem with that then is that everybody's got access to it, which means your models are not unique. And I've experimented with them all. I'm not going to say I've never used them because that would be, you know, be nonsense. But you know, it's I've gone through the phase where I've tried to save time by using other people's, you know, tools and stencils and things like that they've made, and honestly, it just never works. It's not for me. Now, if you're going to buy a brush, I recommend getting all cracks. That's probably the single best purchase I think I've ever made on Zbrush. I use it for like every single sculpt I ever do. I've used it extensively here on the feathers, for example. I'll use it for doing like wrinkles. I use it for doing fur. It is my most versatile brush tool, I think. Roll back. I forgot to take the eyes. Do a quick save, and I'm going to just auto group the wings so I can separate the left wing and the right wing. It's a painful process of isolation. So first thing I'm going to do, just to save a bit of time, I'm just going to take that whole first chunk out. Whatever I can get in that first snip without grabbing anything else I shouldn't be. I'll take it right now. Come this way, I think. I'm going to do the same again this way. Yeah, this is just trying to minimise the number of clicks I've got. Oh no, are they Will Sutton's ones? If you've not found them already, check out the Zandoria ones, mate. That's a repayment, is it? Yeah, check out Will Sutton's Gonk Gnome. It's done like quite a cool one, which is like a flamingo riding gnome. Just group that whole wing there so I can. I need to. Oh, hang on. Stupid. Well, that's forward, right? So I've got it a bit too twisted, I think. That's better. Right, this little Ellie head. I need to move. We've got to look at the actual angle we're going to be viewing it from, and that don't work, unfortunately. Split the unmasked point here, so I'm going to take this one wing off and auto group it, and then I'm going to take these feathers in that piece and mask these together. So I'll tap on this a few times to soften that. The Dutch king apologised for their role in slavery. What? When? Were they actively enslaving people? Is this like is this one of these historical apology things that people seem to be chomping for these days? As they bunkers, the world's going mad. Cheers, mate. Right, so what we're going to do is I'm going to stick a little rock here on the back of the wing, and then I'm going to bring something up to contact this foot perhaps. But first, it is that time. I've got a sandwich in the fridge, so I'm just going to go and grab that. Up to the loo quick and grab myself a fresh coffee. So guys, I'm going to be away from the computer for a couple of minutes. Thank you, Bunker. Anybody wants to join in the Discord, feel free. If you go to my website at the moment, we're running our summer sale. So the Lions Tower is actually 7 years old in about 4 days. I think Friday, I think it is. So we're just coming up to 7 years old. So I'm running a 30% off everything sale. That's all resin, all STLs. Once you get onto the website, it's thelionstower.com. Everything's shown at actual price, but when you get it into your basket and you put it through the till, the 30% will automatically come off. So you'll save your 30%. If you spend over 40 quid, you get the mini of the month. At the moment, I haven't changed it. It's still last month's mini, so you'll get that one for now. But I need to have a little look and see what we're going to switch it up to, and I'll update the renders and stuff in the next day or so. So yeah, do feel free, go and have a little peruse. If you find anything you like in the shop, let's say you can buy the STL files, you can buy the resin files, whichever one suits you best. And yeah, we'll guarantee you best quality either way. So you'll have a fantastic printing experience if you're going to be printing them yourself, or you'll have a fantastic painting experience when you get these beautiful models that are super sharp and crispy and fully cleaned up and ready to paint. You know, you'll be spoiled for Games Workshop and everything else for the rest of your life then. So give it a try, see what you think, and I'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes, okay? I'll catch you guys in a bit. Don't go away. Right then guys, back now. Sandwich has been well and truly demolished. Okay, right then. Let's get Lulu finished. Or Lolly, at least. Just going to isolate all of these feathers. Split hidden. Oh no. Yeah, that's split hidden and split master, and I'll merge those two together. That's what I'm meant to do. That is horrible, isn't it? Look at all that little crap bits floating around. Okay, let me just delete hidden. That has kind of cleaned it up a little bit, I think, but it should still have, yeah, all these crappy little bits floating around. It's going to be too difficult to try and isolate all of them individually, so I'm going to auto group. And I'm just going to come through and I'm just going to select the feathers. Being careful not to select any little crappy random bits. Invert it and then just delete hidden, and all those little floaty pixels are all gone now. Sounds like it's chucking down outside. Do it, the kids have got their coats today. Let's see if this works. I don't know if it will. Oh, it is pissing down out there. Actually works pretty well, actually. That does. Oh, I like that. Didn't know I could do that. Hey Dennis, how you doing, chap? Very good, thank you for asking, matey. How are you? You keeping well, I hope? Well, that was something new for me. I didn't know I could do that. Fantastic, mate. Fantastic. What are you busying yourself with at the moment, mate? You still on a printathon, or are you back on the sculpting train? Right, I'm hoping. Well, guys, what do you think? Do we give Lulu a little bow, or does she have any like accessories? And Dumbo's got his little collar. Hey, yeah, how you doing? You up to anything nice at the moment? Kind of. It's her is, how you doing? God, everybody's dropping in. Yeah, this is it's a character called Lulu the Holophant. So she's basically a little furry golden flying elephant. Excuse me with a mouthful of biscuit here talking to you all. I thought I could eat discreetly while I was working, and then everybody pops up and says hello at the same time. Yeah, you've just missed the wings actually, yeah. So I did them on stream about an hour ago. So we're just faffing with the posing now. What I've got to try and do is I've got to try and make this little fat elephant. She's only going to be a little one, so I'm going to show you the in relation to a human. Oh my god, 12 Kit Kats. That is epic. Are they single finger ones, or are you talking about like Are you talking like actual proper? There you go. I think that's quite a nice size for Lulu. That is actually. Quite happy with that. And Stroop waffle. It's been a while since I've had them, but I do like a Stroop waffle. Yeah. What are you asking there? Sorry. Do I ever make models with threads and print them? What do you mean by threads? Are you talking about like a screw thread, or are you talking like string? Yeah, I've done them. I did it on the Barbarian, not the Barbarian, the Warlock Kickstarter recently. I did it for the table. I'll show you how I did it actually. So is that 8? Sorry, is that 12 two-finger Kit Kats, or is that 6 two-finger Kit Kats with 12 fingers? It makes no difference really, does it? Because go. So 24 Kit Kat fingers. that is like an epic achievement. That is. And what time of day is it for you there? I don't think I could go much past about 4. I think 4 will be about my limit. 8:30p. So you've had a long day then. I love it though. Okay, let's get this little dude. So what am I going to put on its base? Oh, we were talking screws a second ago, weren't we? So, are you asking how to make a screw? So I did something quite simple, I think, actually, if I remember right. Just drink lots and lots of milk to try and like mash up all that waffly, wafery biscuitiness in your belly. Right, so if I'm showing you how I did screws. Oh no, I don't want to import anything. Let's go to. I'll try and remember this now. Let's append a cube. You can only do it with a certain size of thing. I think what we need to do is we need to crease the edges. So get your poly Uji what's it's on. Z modeler. Let's do a crease. I want to do edge loop partial because I don't want to do the whole thing. Because the way the top is here, it just poly's going to go crap, don't they? There we go. So we've got all the outer lines. The middle ones don't matter. And then I go to delete, divide. This gives it a bit of resolution. Change this. We're going to go to twist. Oh, sorry. Delete. Delete the subdivisions. So we're going to go here. We're going to go to twist. Just going to crank that up like that. Now that's as far as you can go with this, so you can't turn it off and turn it back on again. You can dynamesh it and whatever it is, but what I did was, I did this. I'm sure there's a way to make it just snap, but. You can do that, and that worked perfectly fine for like the leg of a table. And once you've got all of that together, if you're making a screw, you can also then taper it. Yeah, array mesh it, that'll do the job. Again, just taper it as you need, and then you've got your screw. So, if you wanted to have these as more pronounced, like fins, what you would probably have to do is take that first cube. I can't get back to now because it's deleted my bloody undo history. But take the first cube, and where the outside creases are, you need to kind of extrude them out a bit so that there was a ridge there. So what I would probably do, let's just give it a little go and see if it works. Sod it might as well. Let's delete that. Let's append the cube again. So what I would do is I would duplicate the cube. I'd thin it down. Rotate it at 45 degrees and extend it out, and then duplicate and mirror, so we've got that kind of shape, and then we go merge down. This might go weird because I'm not going to faff with the what you call it, the what we call it now, the creases. I'm not going to put the creases on this one, and I'll just do it on the lower res, but I've got a feeling this should work. So if you wanted something to look more like a proper screw, where it's got like the fins around it rather than just a kind of a gradual thing, something like this should do the job. So if we go to twist on this now, pull that, there you go. Now you've got like a proper auger going on, and again you can just dupe that, array mesh it, whatever, and then when you taper it down to a point at the bottom, you'll end up with a nice little proper screw. Easy peasy. Because previously I've used Blender for something like this, but since they've added all these tools into Zbrush, the Z model stuffs, and the little widget extra bits, amazing. Love them. Right, let's get back to Lolly. Let's do something with Lolly. So I need to merge the whole. Oh, we've got the right pose. We've got a good pose yet. I need the viewing angle. Is that the viewing angle? Is that where we're going to see it from? Oh, decisions. What do we think, guys? Is that like a good viewing angle for a little elephant? So what are you trying to make, yeah? What's got you thinking about the old twisted screw type things? Yeah. Oh, the guy's just for scale, but yeah, we'll definitely leave the doodad and keep the elephant out of his crotch. Let's get all this, in fact not all of it, let's just get the, I'll leave the toenails out and the eyes. Wi-Fi radiation. Have you been reading conspiracy theories again, Bunker? I mean, for me, I just blame my mum's genetics. It's like all of my uncles have got skinheads, like proper bald heads. Oh, that's hotter than I thought. Right, let's redo that. Let's group it all. Let's put a bit of resolution on. Let's polish it. Okay, so now I'm just going to go around all of the joints, all of the little connections. I'm going to be sculpting a little bit. Now remember, this whole model is like smaller than a human, so I don't need to worry too much about like micro details. If I was doing her much larger, she'd have like wrinkly knees and all that kind of jazz going on, but we don't need to do that. She's actually going to be furry, so I need to do a like a fur cover across the body. It's a little hairy elephant. This bit I just need to sort out where I've twisted the body. I still don't get these reaction videos, like the ones that really wind me up are when they don't react to anything. You know, you watch somebody reacting to a video and they just sit there watching it like with a smirk on their face, and they don't actually respond or reply. Oh yeah, be sure to share it with me when you're done. I'd love to see what you're up to. I don't mean literally, like, you know, I'm not saying give me the files. Post a pic and let me know where I can see it. So you can post it in our Discord if you like as well, if it's not too what do you call it, sensitive for you. Oh, I don't even know. I don't know what that is. But it's things like Gogglebox. I don't get Gogglebox. My mum loves it because she's like, oh, it means I haven't got to watch all the crap that's on telly all week. I can just watch a bunch of idiots watching telly and reacting to the stuff they're watching. But it always annoys me because it's like nobody sits there like watching telly the way they watch telly on Gogglebox. Like if I was sat in a room with somebody who was like screaming and reacting the way they do there, I'd be punching that person and watching telly in a different room. Do you know what I mean? It's like I couldn't deal with it. Yeah, that in itself is funny, so loving it. No, Reactionception sounded like a. I thought you were talking about like a channel or something like that. Cause it sounds like something somebody would call a channel where they're doing it on YouTube. You know what I mean? It wasn't. I didn't understand what you were saying. I didn't get that it was not actually a thing because it sounds like it should be. I'll just bring the trunk out there in that bit. Yeah, welcome to the server. So we've got loads of little channels in there you can participate in, so just take your pick, feel free. And obviously I'm in there, if you want to DM me about anything then just find me on there and ping a message over. Right, so I think I'm ready to start hairying up now. So we go for a decent intensity. I want lazy mouse turned on, and I just need the human there for scale, because the scale's important when it comes to like the fur. Because I know in relation to a human what the fur density needs to be like. I said earlier, I'm gonna put like on the back of the feet here and the back of the elbows a few little feathers as well, just to kind of bring the feathered fur kind of theme through. Oh yeah, yeah. Go for it. Oh, we had a. Speaking of products that are already out and stuff like that, so I don't know if you're aware. Obviously, I know Bunker and some of the guys will be, but I've been working on a game called Crystal Collapse with Max. So Max is my friend from Germany. He is a mad Final Fantasy fan, like myself. And basically, we've decided we're going to do this game together, which is based on tactically the game plays like Final Fantasy Tactics. Yeah, all you need is orb cracks, man, and this paints beautifully. In fact, you know what? Let me just get my camera on and I'll show you, because I've actually been painting the Balazu, not Balazu, what they're called. And it might be Balazu, the goat demon guys. Let me show you how this works, just in case anybody's got any kind of like wondering about, you know, how this fur effect I'm mashing out with orb cracks looks on the model. Are we on? Where's my camera? Is that one? Ah, here we go. Oh god, that's not right, is it? God, this is an abomination, isn't it? Give me a sec, guys. So these are the goat guys. Oh, shit. These are my goat guys I did, and that's what this fur density is going to look like on a model painted. So that's just a contrast paint. I think it was. God, I want to say like dark oak flesh. I think it was across the whole model. So it's just very simple, very clean, all sculpted after posing. And as far as miniatures go, do you want more texture than that in fur? So I don't. So I'll say a couple of guys all done fairly similarly. We've got the hair on the heads, we've got hair on the back of the arms. Let me just rotate around so you can see. We've got the hair there, kind of thing. So everything works. And I've got one that I started painting. So after I'd done the dark oak flesh, I went over with a bit of Cygor brown. This stuff needs highlighting yet, but the brown is just to differentiate the colour of the colour of the fur from the colour of the body. It's not focusing. Come on. Come on, camera. Right, so there's those guys, and then that's it. That's all I've got fur-wise on my desk at the moment to show you. So we can get back onto sculpting. Yeah, cheers, guys. Yeah, I say I'm happy with how it looks, and like I say there's no one's going to look at this and go, oh, I've seen that texture before. Yep. Nobody's going to see this texture before. But it's all about just kind of like creating a flow and a pattern. So like I'm going to basically here, I'm going to come from like a ridge down the back. So where I've got this central ridge here, this is going to be the crest of the fur. So I just need to make sure it's going in different directions here. And again, we start using the lazy mouse. So lazy mouse does, and I think people a lot of the time they're just reluctant to do this level of manual stuff. You know what I mean? They just think it's daunting, but just zone out and get into the zone on it. You know what I mean? Just go with it. You can carve in as well. You haven't just got to kind of, you can differentiate some of the strands by cutting in with orb cracks. But yeah, it's literally all orb cracks is all I'm going to use for this. Sometimes if I'm doing like a shaggier fur, I'll do the fur using what do we call it now? Clay build-up first. So I'll do some like larger stranding with the clay build-up brush, and that'll give me the kind of like the big tufts and the big wavy bits that I want, the big clumps of fur or hair or whatever. And then after I've done that, I'll smooth them all out and I'll just do the same process over it again, and it'll just be shorter or longer strands depending on what it is I'm trying to make. So if I'm doing like a wolf, for example, or a dog, it's going to be shorter strands. If I'm going to be doing like a woolly mammoth or something like that, it'll be big long strands. And again, the thickness of the hair itself, of the actual, you know, the Z strength of the orb cracks brush is kind of what's needed. So I'm running about 30 on this one, and I'm pressing quite hard when I'm doing the things. I could probably do ramping it up and not pressing so hard, and it'd be a bit better. But so you know me, guys, I'm always happy to share with you. No secrets here. So the secret is to just leave a little bit of space between them as well, so that, again, we're talking about painting here now, so that you need somewhere for the inks to run to. So the inks need to be able to run in between the strands, so they'll raise that high. Well, the thing is, again, when you're sculpting miniatures and you know it's got to be seen at a certain size and a certain scale, if you go too far in, you can kind of lull yourself into a full sense of security, and like realise when it's too late that you've over detailed everything. So just by keeping it all a little bit further out and a little bit further, keep it all like zoomed out and whatnot, you can. I'm just trying to get a little bit of curving going on into the strands, so they're not too. I don't want it to be like straight or anything. You know what I mean? Fill all of the little gaps and make sure there's little spaces between them. And that's one of the perks of doing them in digital, isn't it? You've got that ability to add a bit more detail and zoom in. I mean, I used to sculpt in green stuff before I started sculpting digitally, so like my background was in physically sculpting miniatures, and that was where I kind of came into it from. So I'm kind of used to dealing with green stuff and Procreate and all those other kind of epoxy putties and whatnot, polymer clays and things. Oh, do you know what? I've already got it. Let me show you. So basically, every single scene I do always starts with this setup. So the first thing I put in there is this file, which has got the human, the base, and a 100mm ruler. So all of this stuff here is like a standard that I use for every sculpt. So any human male model, I've got a female version as well that's at the same scale. But any human male model I do, I'll start with that as a base, and then I'll kind of I'll reproportion it and whatever else, but it'll always be on this 25mm base, which is my standard, and then the 100mm ruler. So the base basically makes sure that I can position him so that they can fit on the base, because I've fallen foul of that a few times by not having it there and made a model that's too big and overhangs. But the 100mm ruler is always relative in every single sculpt, so I know that using this starting point, everything I do is going to be relative and it's all going to work right, and the details are going to be consistently sized. So again, like the fur I'm sculpting here is the same kind of fur I'd be sculpting if I was doing this guy's hair, or if I was doing like a fur jacket on him. So as long as I keep this same density of fur across every model, no matter how big it is. So if this is like a giant and I'm doing this, I'm going to spend an awful lot of time sculpting fur at this density. But when you take that giant that's covered in fur, and it's this fur, the same as the little hairy elephant, and the same as the human, across all of the models in the range, then the scale appears consistent. It doesn't look like you've just got a model that's small and just made it big. Because I've seen a lot of models like that where they've made like a frost giant, for example, and they've basically just made a Viking and then they've scaled a Viking up, and everything's too big. Do you know what I mean? Like the Vikings wearing chainmail, and it scrolls up, and basically your chainmail will be like a giant wearing a coat made of hula hoops. And I'm not talking the crisps, I'm talking about the ones that you spin around your waist. Imagine trying to deflect a spear with that. It's going straight through and stabbing a giant, and it'd be completely pointless. And it's all about the relative scales of things. So am I using mid? No, I don't use any AI stuff. I did try Mid-Journey when it first came out, and everything it was producing was garbage. I'm given to believe that it's better now. But I'm just not a fan. I'm not a fan of AI stuff, to be honest. You can't really use it for concepts for your models, because when you start drilling down into, I've had people present me with AI stuff that they've had done, and it's like, how can you make this as a model? And when you start interrogating, it's like, God, there's no actual usable details on this. I'm gonna have to make everything up again. Oh yeah. Do you know what? If you I do the same thing. If I take the reason I use the ruler for this, right, is because when I set the Y height here, when I export my STL files, I use the ruler as the active tool. The Y dimension is set to 100mm, which is the height of the ruler, and as long as that's the active tool, everything always comes out relative. But what I normally do is, if I've got to actually measure stuff, I use the ruler here, and I'll just kind of I'll just duplicate it and then roll it on its side, and then I've got like two rulers to use. So you just have like a little cross type thing, and then you can run another one going the other way, so you've got all three dimensions measured. There you go. So you got like a three-dimensional ruler. And it just does the job nicely. But if you want to use it, I don't know if you're already on my Patreon or not, but I've got a whole load of files in the Patreon that are available to anybody. So as long as you're subscribed, you can access all of this stuff. And one of the things that's in there, if we go into miscellaneous, is my 100mm ruler. So that's already like in there as a thing, along with all the other bits and bobs. And anything that's in there you can use in your sculpts as a starting point, or if you want to sculpt on top of it and change it up and whatever. It's all in there. And so you just go onto the Patreon, find the link for it, and just help yourself. Let's have a look. 2017, yeah, that was when I made it, I think. Before that, I was actually using a file that Bobby Jackson gave me, but it was only a 50mm ruler, and I just duplicate it and like put two on top of each other. And then I thought, actually, do you know what? I'll just make one that's just 100mm and just not have to faff with it. But it's quite accurate, actually. It's quite fairly accurate to 'Cause I built it in Blender, so it was all properly scaled in Blender when I made it. I don't know if I put a base in there actually, thinking about it. There should be like a base, a standard base in there somewhere. I'll chuck a couple of template ones in, I think. But yeah, there's all sorts in here. It needs a bit of a tidy up now, but yeah, I think that was about it. Something like that. You got to remember, obviously, there's thickness to the lines, so you need to make sure. Like on my ruler here, I always measure to the bottom of the bottom of the notches. So the bottom of the notch is the next millimeter. So it's each millimeter consists of 2 blocks, basically. So there to there is 1/2 millimeter, and that is 1/2 millimeter thick. So as long as you kind of remember to only measure to the bottoms of the lines, not to the tops of the lines, it's pretty good and pretty consistent. Well, back to Lolly. We'll start calling her Lolly instead of Lulu. You know, for compliance reasons. I'm going to take that part of the wing, actually, split that, and that one. Bump the resolution up now, just to make sure I don't lose anything. Sweet, there we go. That's going to smooth that in there. I think that hasn't done anything, has it? No, it hasn't. You approve, Bunker? Yeah, I think the thing with me as well is that, like, I need everything to be relative, because I've got like the entire range of models. Like, people can go to my website and they can buy every model that I've made for descent into Avernus. You don't want people putting stuff down for a campaign where there's multiple different like sizes going on. So they need to make sure, well, I need to make sure rather, that all of my stuff is consistent. It's got to be consistent. It's got to be relative to each other. So if I have a guy who's like 6'5" and I have another one that's like 4'2", they need to still look the same. Itchers, when you're talking about scenes and tools, are you talking about Blender here rather than Zbrush? Or are you talking about like subtools and different files and things? Right, now, what was that? Ah! Thank you for the sub gift, yeah. There you go, Witchers. Too kind. See, I don't even know how to sound effects set up for that kind of thing. Nah, don't worry about it. That's what I'm here for. It's all appreciated though. Don't think if it's stealing my time, think about it as keeping me company. Aside from Dotty the tortoise, he's not great company at times. Pretty much on my own here, most days at least. Stop and give Dotty a nice big chunk of cucumber when I have my sandwich. Chomping down on that like a good one. Right, so what I'm noticing now, guys, and you probably don't see it, but I can feel it. Sounds weird, doesn't it sound? I can feel it, but I totally can. I'm getting lag on this because of the because I'm using dynamic tessellation, the Zbrush, the Sculptures Pro mode. Because I'm using the dynamic tessellation for sculpting here, and we've gone to nearly 2 million polys. We're really starting to get a little bit of lag going on. So I don't know if it's enough that you can see it, but I'm definitely feeling it when I'm sculpting. Oh, and Bunker, if you're doing time calls and stuff today, I do need to clock off because I've got to take Jacob swimming. Hayley's got an assessment thing she's got to do for her tutoring that she's been doing. So she's got to do a tutoring assessment after school when Jacob gets home, which means I've got to take him to his swimming lesson. Yeah, 2:30 is fine, mate. I'll knock it on the head around about then, and anything I need to get done offline I can do, and I've got time then to get little man geared up for it. But little dude's in party mode, man. He's in birthday mode, because I say it's his birthday on Wednesday. He's 8, and he's just had his birthday party yesterday at the Haddo Centre in Coventry, well, in Borsal Common, which is near us. If you don't know what Haddo is and you haven't seen it before, check it out on Facebook and give it a little Google. It's like a big e-sport type thing. It's basically like virtual dodgeball with augmented reality and stuff. But it's badass, man. Let's have a little look, Rips. Oh, I like the model. Model's nice, but yeah, I see what you're getting at there with the grid on the grid ruler thing. Is that in Zbrush? Is it then? Because if it is, I need some info from you on that and how you set it up. Because if you're in the Discord server, mate, if you could if you'd be kind enough to put a little instructional in there, if you've got time for that at least, I would be most appreciative of that. Yeah, see, I never use timeline. It pops up on the screen sometimes. I don't even know I've turned it on. It's just one of those functions like I've never used. I kind of know it exists, but because it's not all cracks, I don't use it. Alright, so you've got it set up to be like dimensionally accurate, so you hold a ruler up to your screen and it's exactly the same size as the ones you got up there. I'll tell you, mate, there's a lot of sculptors who would be up for that, I think. I don't know if you can make it as a tool or something like that for people to use. I reckon there's a lot of sculptors out there who buy that off you, myself included. Yeah, absolutely. Mate, anything you make as a hack to make your life easier, if it works for you, it's going to work for other people. And if it's working for you and it makes your life easier and you're happy using it, share what you do with people, show them what's happening, show them how to use it, and they'll go, like we all just have, bloody hell, that's a good idea. And then rather than go out and try and recreate it themselves, because who's got the time for that kind of thing? If you're saying, here's what I do, guys, and here's a link to the file, you can go and buy it for a couple of dollars, I'll be there in a heartbeat, mate. Like at some point I need to get my entire component library that I use and actually turn it into functional tools that people can use, like functional files that they can download. And I'll be loading them onto my web store as products and let people come in and actually buy the specific bits that they want, rather than having to, like, you know, because there's no visibility of what's in there unless you go and have a little mooch. It makes it quite difficult, so I need to spend a bit of time, a lot of time, rendering out each individual object and getting it ready to go. No worries, Dennis. You take it easy, mate. Enjoy your trip into town. What you linking there, dude? What's the model you're working on at the moment then? Yeah, it's not it's not great for actually presenting the thing, but presenting the model. But I can totally see what you're saying. It's like in terms of actually differentiating the lines and the physical separation between different materials and different components certainly showcases it. So is that one of your sculpts that you've been doing, or is that one you picked up from somewhere? Yeah, that's it. If you can't see it on that render, you ain't gonna show up on the model either. So sort it out now, kind of thing. Oh yeah. You see that the EO is interfering, the proximity of the EO is interfering with the brush there. Yeah, you're right actually, it does. Yeah, it's got that look about it, hasn't it? What's going on there? So one of the keys when you're doing this kind of hair is these like little parting lines. You just have to plan where they go and make sure the flow in the direction of the hair is correct. So again, it's lazy mouse on, radius 1, strength 30, and then we're just doing the little strokes going downwards, like the direction the hair would naturally fall. And just working away from any kind of like parting lines. Oh, okay, wicked. Yeah, no worries if she's up, she's up. That's kids for you. There's no deferring that one. But thank you for joining me today again. Always a pleasure. And you're always welcome. I'll pick up your DM after the stream, okay? Yeah. You take it easy and have a good one. I'm gonna start like blending the fur out on the nose. We're gonna go for like shorter strokes. It's like around the eyes here, so I'm gonna go for little diddy strokes. Don't want to be if you're doing this in layers, what you can do is start at the lowest levels. Start where the lowest line of the hair is. Get that whole bottom layer in. Yeah, that's it. The bottom layer is always a bit of a pig, so it's for me. I think I always find if I'm doing like a coat or something like that, or a cape, I'll always start at the bottom and work my way up doing this. Same when I'm doing like the 3D. I don't know what you want to call it now, like the tufts, the bulkier bits. So we'll have another little hair parting line on the ridge of this wing, I think. Oh, this is getting painfully slow now. Here's a question: have you learned a lesson from all the sugar? Or are you thinking I'll do that again tomorrow? I think it's only a problem if you haven't learned a lesson from it. Oh, you don't ever do that. You can't go to the supermarket on an empty stomach. That's just like a recipe for disaster, that is. Right, I'm gonna have to isolate just the wing, because I've got too much geometry going on, and it's lagging my my hairbrush. My orb cracks is what I meant. Yeah, my strokes are slowing down, and it's affecting the intensity that's applying to it. And obviously that's not good. Yeah, my files regularly go up to like 50, 60, 70, 80 million. But like 2 million's where, where the older dynamic tessellation starts to lag and becomes impractical then. Sadly. So you have to start doing like stuff like this to hide areas of detail we want to work on. Yeah, I use the Sculptress Pro mode for the for this to save having to like keep re-dynameshing it. I never used to, but like I've started using it lately, and it's like speeding stuff up loads for me. So I use it as a time saver for sculpting. So once I've got the forms roughed out, I do a lot of the stuff then using Sculptress Pro. So I just have to be careful of the poly count on any given piece to be able to kind of do it with it. Otherwise I've got to change my tact a little bit and do something different when I'm working. Which I don't mind doing. I'm not averse to finding different ways of doing things, but if I just want to kind of quick get this done now kind of thing, then it's a way of doing it, isn't it? It's a tool. This underside, I need to polish it out just a touch because it's a bit too lumpy and undulating to work properly. Okay, let's try that. Icons, that's Uganda. Okay, so up here, so this one is remember draw size per brush, and this one's remember dynamic mode per brush. So if these are turned on, like if I change to clay build up now, you'll see that the draw size and intensity and everything have all changed. But if I go back to orb cracks, it's retained the settings that I was using previously. So it just means that I can have the different brushes set up differently, and I could even, like, if I wanted orb cracks in 3 or 4 different standard ways, I could clone the orb cracks brush, apply these settings to that thing as a standard, and then just maintain that, and I can just flip between the versions I wanted. So doesn't make a huge amount of difference, if I'm honest. It's just it's just a little bit of a time saver if I'm flipping between tools to make sure that it keeps the settings that I need, so I'm going to keep remembering what I did. So I do it a lot with I used to do it a lot with like rivets and things if I was using like the mesh insert dot. Do you know, I don't know. Let's go and have a find. Let's find it. I'd say it's probably in the stroke or draw menu. Draw would probably be or maybe brush actually. It's not in the first one. Or the second bit. No, it's not in brush then. Draw. Oh, control hover. Button path, preference draw, remember dynamic mode, and preference draw, remember draw size. So it's preference. Oh yeah, I'd have never bloody found that. There you go. Yeah. I'd have never have found that. Wouldn't have even thought to look there. Yeah, I spent a bit of time going through just trying to figure out what kind of things would be useful to me when I was customising my UI. And obviously I've been doing it for a while, so it was like I don't need all the extra functions and stuff. I did put the what do you call it? It's in I don't know if it's still there actually. If I open this up now, yeah. So we've got dynamics. I've pinned. I've never used dynamics. I don't even like the way it looks. I don't think I actually would use it given the chance. But when it first came out, I was like, oh, I'm going to get some use out of that. No. Never even bothered. I tried a few times, didn't work how I wanted it to. I was like, you know what, I'm not even faffing with it, so I'm just going to stick with what I do. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's nice having the extra tools, but like I say, I wish that Zbrush would focus on making it more stable. Like making it crash less rather than trying to add new features. I think feature-wise we're good, but you know, give me a bit of assurance that it can handle what I'm doing and it's not just going to bomb out on me. Yeah, the one thing I saw. Oh god, that knife. God. That knife brush was the bane of my life when it first came out, because I saw it and I thought, this is badass, I'm going to use this. And what I didn't realise is you can't use it twice in succession, because if you try and use it, if you use it once it's fine, but the next time you try and use it, if you haven't dynameshed before you use the knife tool again, it's just going to mangle and like it kills Zbrush, doesn't it, every single time. It's like an insta crash. You might as well have a skull and crossbones icon on it and just say, you know, Zbrush death. Yeah, totally. Like, say, unless you, yeah, absolutely. If you don't remember to dynamesh it and you get a bit gung ho, trigger happy, kind of trying to, you know, use that knife tool to slice up a mesh, which is great at doing, but God, you pay for it if you screw it up. Do you know what I mean? I mean, I will say, for all of its faults, and there are a lot of them, I absolutely love Zbrush. I don't know what I'd do without it. Let's just do this schnoz on it. But this is the thing, it's fantastic bit of kit. It is absolutely brilliant, and then it goes and lets itself down by just being unstable to the point where it's barely usable sometimes. And I don't know if you've had it. I've had it occasionally where, for no apparent reason or for no evident reason, I can't pre-process and decimate a particular model, and I end up having to like save that file down, load it into another tool or something, and try and do all this kind of stupid stuff just to try and like make it process, and then eventually it works without me having actually done anything, just because for whatever reason in that particular file, in that location or whatever else, it's got corrupted somehow and it won't let you do anything with it. And it is such a nuisance. Like the amount of time I spend trying to process files. It's always client models as well. It's always stuff I do for a bloody client that goes wrong. It's not stuff I do on myself. Fine. When I'm doing it for a client, it's like, oh my god, it's broken again. Client's waiting for delivery on something. It's like, yeah, sorry guys, it's still being an arsehole. Stack folders in fold. Oh god, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Do you know what that subtools is one of my bigs. Like the amount of times, again, like I'm up here and I've got loads of different things going on. I've got loads of different kind of tools going on. And then like this one here, for example. Let's say I leave that on there, and I'm looking through and I've got 20 other files here, and I can't. It's you know, so that's called like, you know, PM3D something or other. Because I haven't renamed the file, and I'm looking there going, where's my bloody thing? And all I want to be able to do is I want to name that button. Cheers, Bunker. I just want to name that file, so that I don't care what the subtool it's showing me. I just want to know that is the file I'm working on, and I just want to name. I want that name there, not to be the name of the bloody component that it's highlighted at any given time. I want it to be the actual physical thing that I have called it, so that I know that's the file I need to go to. When the thumbnail lets me down and doesn't show me what I need to see. You know what I mean? That's what you need. And again, if somebody made a plugin for that, I'd be all over that. Yeah, that's it, but you have to have that as the active tool as well at any time, because if you the minute you click off it, like while I'm on here talking to you guys about stuff, and somebody says, you know, like the question earlier about the screw thing, I'll stop what I'm doing and I'll flick over and I'll pop up a new one, and I'll change the name. I'll not change the name. I'll do something, and then I've got to try and figure out where I've gone back to, and it's like, where was I? What was I doing? Take these two ear bits. Let's pop them, merge them into Lolly. Let's take that, sod off that and that. Group masked, and we're going to just do the Dynamish again. Yeah, it's just, the name that it displays is the active subtool at any given time. So obviously I've got Lolly 1.1 here. If I click on that one there, it's called Lolly 1.1. If I click on this one, it's Lolly 1.3, and it's changed here. If I click on Male Base Mesh, I've got Male Base Mesh there with 5 subtools. I've got one here with 8 subtools. I'm not going to remember which one's which there. So you either need to remember to rename everything, or just play the hunting game and hope for the best. It's worse when you've got solo mode turned on as well. You forget when you go into the thing and you kind of go in. All I can see is the man. You can't see the rest of the stuff that's actually there because it's all hidden. Right, let's get these ears blended in. Yeah, the rages of a 3D artist, that's what it they drive you to it, doesn't it? Sort off. Go away. need that at 31. Oh, I can't remember what's that, about 20 odd. Right, so once I've done this fur, the next thing to do is I need to sort out stabilising your base a bit more. There we go. Oh, tail. There we go. Let's sort the tail out. Just the one, mate. When you're doing counter calibration, you just plonk one straight in the middle. Don't orientate it or anything, just leave it flat where it is. You don't have to do any supports. You put it straight onto the build plate and just press print. So all you're looking for is whatever exposure settings you start with. You just log them, just write them down. And then when the cones come out, you're looking at you want the failure side to have completely failed and the success side to have completely succeeded. So if you're under on the success, so say if you've got like, yeah, you need to slice it to print it, but you just plonk it flat on the build plate. You don't have to do any supports or anything else. So just load up Lychee or load up Chitu, plonk it in, and just run it at the settings that are standard that you've got on there that you've already tried. And then once you've done that, if it's when it finishes and you've cleaned it, give it a rinse off and have a look. And if you've got any of the side that is the failure side, if any of that side has succeeded, so if you've got any complete cones and supports on there, then you're overexposed, so you just need to reduce your exposure down a touch and try again. And if you've got any of the success side that has failed, then you're underexposing. So what you'll want to do is make sure that each of your prints is just modified as much as you think you need it to be, and then just go backwards and forwards a couple of times until you've done it. You probably have it dialed in within about 3 or 4 prints at the most. But to be honest, as long as the end cone on each one has completed, the one that's like I think it's got the little plus and the little minus on it. There's a little marker on the cone. Whichever, as long as that one has completed and is either succeeded or failed depending on which end of the thing it's on, then yeah, you're alright, you don't need to worry about it then. You don't need to do too much more. Because there's like, you've got a perfect calibration, which is what I've been trying to get you to get, where it's like both sides have fully failed or fully succeeded depending on what they're supposed to do. And then you've got the degrees of success where as long as it's within a range, then you're good. You're relatively good at least. The old elephant fly swap. Go on, mate. So it shouldn't take more than about an hour and a bit to print. If you're printing at 0.25 resolution like I do, I think it's about an hour and 20 minutes or something thereabouts. And once it's done, like I say, you won't even need help to read it. You'll see it and you'll be like, yeah, it's failed or it's succeeded. The whole point of it is it's supposed to be glaringly obvious to you, to anybody. I'm just going to turn this off. I'm just going to go into here. I'm just going to pump this up a touch. And there. Let's do some little minor parts of that. I'm just running around just trying to fill a few like obvious little gaps before I dynamesh this. I can always do this after dynameshing as well, it's not the end of the world. Okay, if you're using inflate brush, always try and remember to turn dynamic tessellation off. So turn off Sculptress promo when you're doing inflations, because I don't like it. It'll destroy all of the detail on the model rather than things. It'll try and tessellate to whatever brush size you're using for the inflation. And obviously here I'm just trying to fill a few little gaps, so my brush size is quite small, so quite large, because I'm just trying to get into some small gaps and just fill gently. So even a gentle bit of inflation is going to add a huge amount of tessellation to your model if you're not careful. Set these wings. I'm just going to push them in just a touch, just so I want them to touch the filled from that side, that's good. And it looks like we're pretty much filled from this side too. Right, let's get little feathers on the feet then. That's one set. Let's take that over and mirror it. Oh, do you think that's enough, or should I add a little extra to the back legs? I think I might leave that actually as it is. No, mate. No, just flick it on and turn it on, ready to go. The only time you need to re-level it is if you've got a Mars, an Elegoo printer, and you get a failure. Because sometimes, obviously, with that, it can be a problem. Also, if you put a new FEP in there, if the FEP's not the same thickness as the FEP that you previously had, you might need to re-level it then as well. But mostly, I think you'll be alright with that. So with your printer, it's Anycubic, isn't it? So you shouldn't have to re-level it once you've leveled it once. Should be level it and then done. So unless there's like some catastrophic failure that causes the build plate to like pull apart or something like that, then I think you'll be alright. Touch wood. There we go. Done. Where's my little wings at? Ah. No, I need them. Let's merge them down. Merge them down. There's my two little wings, I think. Are they the? Yeah, the little elbow wings. What's that? That's the actual wings. Okay, so if you've got the two, no, don't work. So when you wash them, so take them out, take them off the build plate, give them a rinse first in your dirty bath, which kind of gets the worst of it off. If you're using a 2-bath or a 3-bath solution, you're using a bloody washing cure machine, aren't you? So I don't really know how that works. For me, normally what I do is I put them in the in the dirty bath, the filthy bath, just to rinse off the worst of the resin. Then I get them off the build plate and put them into the dirty bath for 5 to 10 minutes to just soak off all the worst, and then they get transferred from the dirty bath into the clean bath, and then they have like 5-10 minutes soaking in the clean bath, and then out to air dry, completely air dry them before you cure them. So if you even have a tiny little bit of isopropyl or anything on there still wet, when you put it on the in the UV curer or out in daylight, well, you'll get white crust all over the model, and you can't really do anything about that. So just let it thoroughly air dry before you do anything else. And then curing, I normally run like 2 cycles of 180 seconds on mine. So what's that? Is that that's 3 minutes a side? So I basically put them in, run it, and then turn them all over, and then run it again. So that'd be like 6 minutes of curing for anything. Ah, you arsehole. Oh, the white crusty stuff on your test prints. Yeah, that's literally just not letting it dry long enough, mate. That's just being over eager. Right, let's get the base in here and let's build some stuff up so we can get this little lady flying. Guys, you'll see my extensive use of all cracks again here. Yeah, it won't take you long to get the cones of calibration like done up, mate. 2 o'clock. Lovely, thank you, matey. Sweet, mate. Yeah, so once you've got it running and it's all finished up, just give it an inspection, and then, like I say, if it's over or under, just adjust it up by 0.1 of a second, 0.2 of a second, maybe 0.2 or 3 if it's quite extreme. And try again, because you're not talking huge amounts of time difference to kind of get an effect on a 4K. Sorry, whatever. Rewind. Let's get my words out again. On a mono screen, rather. So again, you probably wouldn't remember this, bunker, but well, when 3D printers first came out, they had RGB screens, and where we're looking at now, like with the mono screens, we're looking at kind of 1.2 to 2.5 second layer cure. The old RGB screens, you were looking at probably what do you call it? Like 8 to 12 seconds a layer. So your 3D prints took a bloody lot longer. So everything now, you won't even find mono printers. RGB printers out there now. They're all mono, because once that technology kind of took hold, it superseded it entirely. So unless you find like somebody who's got an original photon or an original Mars, which has got the RGB screens, and you won't really kind of come across them. Everyone switched them out afterwards, and every subsequent model came out with mono screens. Then it was about 3 years ago, maybe. Talking about like it's bloody ancient technology, but obviously if you weren't into the whole 3D printing thing back then, you wouldn't have necessarily encountered that. So if you hear anybody talking about mono screens and RGB, the mono refers to the screen literally uses on and off, so it's like one colour. It's either on or it's off. It's if it's on, it's clear. If it's off, it's jet black and won't let any light through. But on the older screens, it used to be like a mobile phone, so like it used RGB pixels to kind of make it white so it could go through. And that meant that the amount of light that came through was reduced, so you had to expose for longer amounts of time. Yeah, just see how much technology's moved on. So your one, which is it's a, what do you call it, Anycubic Photon Mono 2, isn't it yours? The reason it's the Mono 2 is because it was the second photon to include the mono screen instead of the RGB. And now you know, more educational learning. with this now, what I'm going to do, more orb cracks. I'm just going to carve in using a smaller brush, and I'm going to kind of scribble it really. I want all these little bits to be left. It's going to give me the effect of like broken, crumbled rock. And again, you got to remember, you don't want realistic textures necessarily on miniatures. You want something that has the appearance of whatever it is you're trying to achieve. So we're doing dirt and grass and things like that. What I would use is the orb cracks brush again, but in spray mode. Yeah, you want to make sure you don't screw that one up, mate. The monos have always been around about the £100 mark, so like even at the smaller size. You got yours is a 6-inch screen, is it? I think same as the same as the Sonic Mini 4K, I believe. It's the same spec. Okay, so instead of using the knife tool, this is what I do now. Slice it using the slice curve. You see my 2 poly groups. I'm going to switch to groups, redynamish, and now I can just remove the bottom one, and it's already a solid chunk. Yeah, 6.6. That's probably a bit bigger than the Sonic Mini 4K then, actually. I'll tell you, it's amazing how much difference it makes from the going from the 5.5 inch to the 6-inch screen. You wouldn't think it'd be that much in like half an inch, but you can get so many more models on it. Like I would say between the Epax X1 that I've got that's a 5.5 inch and the Sonic Mini 4K, which is the 6 to 6.6, whatever size that is, I could probably get an extra 3 models on the Sonic Mini 4K on an average print. So it's only a small amount of real estate, but it does make a difference. Right, we'll go for that. We've got a nice little bricky thing, like a brick pillar. Let's push that up against the wing. So that gives us a nice contact point on the wing there to kind of use the wing as an anchor. And do I bother to add anything to? Do I need anything added to the foot? Do you know what? I'm going to try it on a test print. I'm going to give it a go, and we'll see. Hopefully not. So I'm going to merge it down. I'm going to duplicate. So I want to keep my original one without the. Bump the resolution up. I'm going to dynamesh without polygroups. Just want to check around the feathers just to make sure I don't have any kind of cavities like there. In fact, I'm going to undo that because let's do it again with polish on a higher resolution. Perfect. Okay, so now I'm going to come in, I'm just going to auto group. I just want to come down here and I want to have a look at some of these areas where we've got, like here, I can see like little holes. I'm going to get inside those holes with the inflate brush and just give them a little pop so they don't come back and bite me later. however small it is, it can always come back and get you. Turn groups off for that so we can actually see. The other thing I want to check around here as well is just behind the wing. I want to make sure as much of that wing touching as is physically possible. Because this is the anchor to the base, isn't it? So let's make sure it's robust. And do you know what? Actually, do you know what? Thinking about it, I'm gonna bring this up a touch. I'm just gonna. I've done. Append a cube I don't want this to be massive, but I want it to come out underneath her feet probably. Just a little bit of a counterweight. Again, if I'm doing dirt texture, I'll show you how I do it. It's quite simple. First thing I'm going to do is going to mask off the bottom. Definitely do not want to be messing with the bottom of this. I'm going to come back to ore cracks and I'm going to switch this one to colour spray. Right, so I'm going to get the orb cracks brush, decent bit of Z intensity, smallish draw size, not too small. I'm going to go over it first off with a negative pass where it's going to be dipping in. I'm going to go over it secondly with a pass where it's, and it doesn't matter about going over the same spot multiple times, it just adds more texture, so it's fine. You don't want to do it with too big a brush because it will make the texture too large. Which is fine if you want to kind of get a bit more undulating variety in terms of the actual ground level, but I don't. I want to keep it quite flat. So once I've got it to this level, this is like old school puddle bases on miniatures. If you had a base like this from Reaper or something like that, a miniature from Reaper's got a base baked in, or Footsore, you tend to get this kind of texture going on them. It's usually just a stippled effect to kind of simulate grass or dirt or something like that as a starting point. I'm just going over it with the Alt key press, which will kind of give me some peaks instead of the valleys, so it's going to give us a little bit more height to this. And this, like, again, it'll give it the impression of like having sand on the base. Okay. Right, then we want to take the trim without having dynamic tessellation on. Actually, let's do it this way. In the spirit of not making this too regular, okay, so I'm going to reduce this down now. I'm just going to take over the edges, or take off the edges rather, all the way around, just to soften the transition. Doesn't matter about being perfectly smooth or anything like that, as long as it's not a sharp edge. Although, to be honest, a sharp edge isn't the end of the world. Okay, now all that effort I did before with the orbs cracks, we're going to have to do that again because I lost it. Oops. Oh, guys, as well, if anybody's on the Patreon, so anybody who's been on Tribes, we've rolled out loyalty rewards for free 6 and 12 month subscriptions. I'm just working my way through going through them for Patreon backers as well. So if you a Patreon backer, if you're a Tribes backer and you've been on for a long period of time, you should already have your loyalty rewards. Patreon backers, it's a manual thing for me to have to do, so please bear with me a little bit. You will get them. Good man. Love you, bunker. Yeah, so anybody on Patreon, you will get the loyalty rewards. They'll just be rolled out a little bit further down the line. Kind of when I get around to it, to be honest, because I've got like a 1,500 people, 1,600 people or something like that who have subscribed over the years. I need to go through and see how many months everybody's subscribed from. Look forward. Afternoon, how are you doing? I am using a Huion Canvas 20. So it's a pen stylus. So there we go. So we're going to add that to the bottom of Lolly. We'll merge that down, take the polish off. Now, I definitely recommend Huion as well because they're really good. They're really good tablets, and it makes quite a nice little noise when you're drawing on it as well. I quite enjoy the like this sound. You don't tend to get it so much with the Wacoms, and it's a fraction of the price as well, which is a bonus. So there we go. There is our lovely little Lulu the Holophant. Let's do a pre-process. So she's 4 million polys now. We want to reduce it down to around about, I'd say 600,000, give or take. So she's only going to be small. So again, in relation to, in fact, it's not even going to be doing this pre-process now. But what's this pre-pro? Let's get my words out. Right, once the pre-processing's finished, I'll add the human back on there, so you can see her in scale. So she's only going to be about the size of a large dog, say. Which, to be fair, even then it might be a little bit too large for what she's supposed to be. So I'm sure in the campaign she crawls out from under a pile of books. So it's either a really big pile of books, or she's a very, very small elephant. And of course, if you want to use her and scale her down, that's an option for you as well. Hey, right, so let's decimate at 20% and let's check out the mesh size. Okay, 20% looks pretty decent actually. I'm not unhappy with that. Again, considering the size of the model, I think it'll be alright. So we're going to take the, here you go, here's the human. Human for scale. And where's my ruler? There you go, so she's approximately from the bottom of her foot to the top of her head. About 15 millimeters tall. So she'll fit nicely on a 25mm base. I'm quite looking forward to getting her printed out actually. Little golden elephant. See how she looks. Right, so I'm going to export her now. So I need the ruler as the active tool. We're going to go export to STL. Oh, actually, hang on. Let me just turn the guy off. Let me hide the guy because I don't want him exporting out. Export to STL. We need a new file. So Lolly the flying elephant. Use the subtool name. Cheers, Bunker. I'll get this exported, do the fix, and then I'll start supports, and I can be done by 3 and I'm good then, I think. Okay, so let's take Lolly from her folder. Where you at, Lolly? Lolly the flying elephant. Right, I've got extra files here, so I know what they are. I think it might be the base actually. Yeah, it's the base. Okay, so we're going to add parts with automatic part repair enabled. you go. Beautiful. So I'm quite pleased with that. Okay, so you can see it says repaired at the end of the name, which means it's done the file repair. So I'll go to that, right click, export part as STL file. It's going to ping in. Hopefully it'll come up with a green tick and it's all good to go. No, 60 generate triangles. Let's see if we can fix them and optimize it. Okay, so it's done. Green tick, job's done. Just close this down now. Our bunker, I'm going to do a bit of lighting now, so I'm using the Pro version. So do remember you won't have all the same functions and whatever else, but just show you how it roughly works. Right, let me just get a let me get a little render of our lovely Lulu. It's chucking down outside, absolutely chucking down. Right, let's go to render set again. Let's just change my render set up. There's one I like here, which is this one. Basically just adds a bit of contrast and gives it a bit more of a slightly cartoony look. Let's just post it into our Discord. Save that for later. Right, let's close the channel. Have I saved it already? I don't know. I'll do it again just to make sure. Doesn't even forecast to rain today. It's absolutely bucketing down out there. I can hear it hitting the that little air vent on the outside. So, the open lighting now. Okay, so we're going to load Lolly straight in. So we're going to go to rotate on the left hand side, so staying in the layout tab first. Yeah, just got to get the supports done so we can get her on the test print. So we're going to rotate her to probably about there, I think. Yeah, that should kind of, yeah, that'll do. We've got to move, I'm going to drag her up to about 5mm in height, so we're looking here, down the corner, we're looking at Z height. It's about 5mm. And that's from the bottom point, that's okay. And then I'm going to go to, I don't need to do anything else in this menu now, this is fine. I'm going to go to prepare. So my standard settings, I'm going to use all medium here. I'm not going to deviate from this. Tip diameter is 0.24 millimeters. Tip length is 2 millimeters. That one might vary because I might need to move a few to kind of maneuver around a model. And diameter of the supports is 1 mil, which is plenty for a model of this size. So all I'm going to do, first thing, I'm going to go to rafts. It's going to make sure it says load raft presets, which is basically the raft is 0.2 millimeters thick with 50mm precision, and it's this shape wall one, which has got like a little ridge. The reason I use this one is it gives you just enough of a lip on the edge to be able to get a spatula underneath. So get a spatula under there, give it a twist like 45 degrees, and the model will pop off the build plate, as long as you haven't overexposed the base layers. Okay, so we're going to go to support then. Oh no, I'm on support already. I'm on prepare. I'm going to go to supports. I'm going to go down to island detector, search selected with real accuracy, and this is going to just analyse the model, and it's going to check for every single little island in the model. It's going to highlight it with a little red dot, and I think because of all the feathers we're going to get quite a lot of them on this guy, but it should be easy enough to deal with. So the first thing we're going to tackle is the anchors. So I used to do anchors by using heavy supports. So we'll put like you get a heavy support, it's got a 0.48mm tip. But when you pull that off the model, what happens is it takes a chunk with it. So what I do now is I use a medium still. I'm going to use a mouse for this because it gives me a bit more control. Don't worry about all the red dots, by the way. You won't see any of this on the model. And I'm going to use a cluster of them in close succession until see this like white line there. So this white line is the bottom island. I'm going to go across the entire white line, putting them next to each other like this. So there's ever such a slight gap between the tips, you can see, but they're all touching each other. They're anchoring each other in. They're gaining strength and support from the uprights of their neighbours. And then along this bottom edge, I'm just going to start spacing it out just a touch more. But I'm still going to go all the way around the edge, to the bottom side at least. And I want to be placing them as close to that bottom edge as I can possibly get them. Okay. As we go up the model, we can start increasing the spacing a touch. Okay, so I'm just going to place them just slightly further apart than the starting. I want plenty of support here. This is my anchor. This is what's going to stop this thing pulling off the build plate. Okay, we're going to go around the top, but we're going to go around the top a little bit further away, and then when we get to that top island, I'm going to put a couple more supports in. Here, I'm going to put a couple in. Space it out. Okay, right, so the other areas that are going to need plenty of supports is here. So the same way I've just done on the base, we're going to put a little cluster of them until we cover off that bottom island as well. Okay, I'm going to put a couple on here, but what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to tree them in like that. So I'm holding the Alt key and they're going to parent to the base one. I'm going to put one in the middle of the foot there. Bring that in. In fact, let's parent these all in. Okay, a couple of R supports. Let's put that one in first. And take that one to it. And we'll pick that foot up actually, we'll take that foot to it too. Okay. I suspect the tail's going to need a little support here as well, just to make sure. So I'm just going to pop an extra support on the tail. Pop one there and we'll pop one there. And I'm going to pick up these two for now. The last one I'm pressing Control and S, Alt and S, sorry, that's going to make it straight rather than having a big bend in it. So we should be okay with that one. Wherever possible, I want to try and avoid using mini supports, because what I found is that although they serve a purpose and they do clean off well, my issue with the mini supports is that they are actually still needing to be cleaned off manually, as in you have to use a scalpel or a knife or something like that to actually remove them. So if I'm going to use these, what I try and do is I'll try and tuck them under in a place where they're not visible. Failed. That'll do there, that's fine. I'm going to hold Alt, I'm going to click on that, I'm going to place it there. And the same again on the top one. What we're trying to do is I'm going to try and keep all of these together in clusters so that when we come to remove them, they're removed nice and easy. Really, there's no worry. I mean, it'll be recorded, it's on YouTube, so if you go back onto the YouTube channel later on, you can pick it up there. I'll post a link back in the Discord channel actually of the YouTube recording, just so you don't forget it. Or if anybody wants to do a little clip, I don't know how to do them on Twitch, but I know you can clip the bit. Right, let's take that bit of feather, put that there. Control S, sorry, Alt and S. But thank you for joining me, sir. You are welcome anytime, and feel free to ask anything if you need any help with it. Right, so these supports are going to peel off like butter, and they're going to leave no marking. No, lychee's perfect for islands. Lychee's ace. Like this is all you'll need to do. Once you use real support, real accuracy on it, it's literally found every island. You're not going to find any more. So it's the reason I don't mind paying for lychee, like doing it professionally, like supporting all the models and stuff like that. It makes life just so easy for me to do it. And prints are just perfect. I mean, the cleanup on the print. I need to show you the prints being removed from the printer, really, so you can. This is. Yes, it's the Pro version. Like Slicer Pro, yeah. It's not the. There's another version above this which is more expensive, but this is just the Pro one. It's like 40 quid a year or something like that. I just include it in my thing. But if I'm doing it on my models. Like if I'm doing it for a client, I charge an extra, so it's like an extra 25 quid, 25-30 pound a model for the supports, and that includes the test print as well. So I always make sure that everything I do is test printed for customers. Well, for customers, for anybody. I won't release the support. Like, although this model's ready to go, in theory I could just throw it straight up on a Patreon so everyone can access it. I won't do it yet until the supports are done. Until the supports are tested, because once I've got the test print off the printer and I know they're viable, then we're good. Until that point, it's an unknown. So I'd rather not have somebody else tell me my supports are shit. I want to find out for myself and fix it before anyone else gets the chance. I did have somebody on my last Kickstarter actually complaining about supports because the lychee was finding islands. I don't know what was going on with it, but like I opened the file and like literally like you did find like 17 islands or something like that. And then I rescanned for islands and they all went away. It's like, why is Lighty showing? Because they clearly weren't there when I finished because I just supported them. And they clearly didn't exist because they'd have been there after the rescan. So I don't know why Lighty decided to show 17 islands on the model. Yeah, it prints perfect anyway, so. Breakpoints now. Now, literally, what you're seeing now is what I do. But when you see these models come off the printer, I mean, honestly, removal is so easy, and there's no cleanup afterwards. If I use mini supports, if I use those little mini ones, they do need cleaning off. The key is the 0.24. Sometimes you need to cluster them together to kind of give it a little bit of extra anchorage and extra support. So sometimes you need to put a group of them together. But the big secret with the supports is this whole cluster here I've just put on this wing. Although it looks massive, there's one root going down to the floor. So no, medium. I've set this medium myself. This is 0.24mm tip. That's the important thing. Everything else is irrelevant really, but the 0.24mm tip is the key thing. What will happen is when I get this off the printer, I can snap it off here, grab this stick and pull, and all of this is just going to detach and not leave any marks. So as long as you do this during the washing phase, so what I normally would do is I'll dunk it in the dirt, the filthy wash, to get all the worst of the resin off. Once I've done that with my gloves on, I'll grab the supports and I'll just give them a little pull, and they just detach. And like cleaning up this whole model will take about 5 seconds. Really not a long time at all. So it's very quick, very easy, and very clean. If I've used mini supports anywhere, then you have to go in with a scalpel then to clean those bits off and get them sorted. So there's a little bit more cleanup involved then. So I do tend to try and avoid doing that wherever I can. But this is usually enough. It gets a bit trickier when you've got like really big meaty models, like when I did Lucinda, and she's like 100 and something millimeters tall, and she's just a unit of a model kind of thing. You know, she's bulky as anything. Got big old wings and stuff. Like that model, that took some serious revisions on the supports, because there were certain areas that I didn't even expect it to happen in, where I just really struggled to get the model to not fail. Right, that's in the wrong player. So I don't want supports crossing across the model, because it's just bad. Got to make sure you've got no collisions on. You can run a collision detector as well. So I think you just click on the top corner there. Should give you an upgrade option when you're on there. It's on here, manage your account. Here we go. So €49.99 €49.99 for the Pro subscription. That's a year. So. Oh, it looks like you can change your frequency as well, so you can probably have it on like a monthly basis or something as well. Oh, they always had it on a subscription. It was just cheaper at the beginning. Like from the first day I had it, I always had it paid for, because there was pro features on there. It was Chitubox. Chitubox was the one where they pissed everybody off by adding all the paid the premium stuff. That was where people went raging. Right in here, I'm just going to add a few extra supports around the place. Later on, I'm going to come back and tree these together, so they're going to be just joined back up, but we'll deal with that afterwards. That just helps with the mass of the thing. Yeah, Lychee charged from day one, so they've always been charging, but it annoyed a lot of people that they had to pay for it, so a lot of people were like, oh, we'll just use Chitterbox because it's free, and then Chitterbox started charging, and everyone's like, well, hang on a minute. And I'm like, well, yeah, you know, if I'm going to pay for it, I'd rather pay for Lychee because it's brilliant. Yeah, and this was the thing, Chitubox as well. When it was, I don't know if it still does it. I don't think they do. They had the monopoly on everything, didn't they? Because they use it's their boards being used in everything. So most printers were Chitu exclusive for a while. I think Lychee's managed to get into more now. Like, you never used to be able to do the photons or anything. The photons had to be done on the proper slot, the photon slicer, didn't they? But you can do a photon in Lychee now, so there we go. That's all supports done. Slightly concerned that these little ear wings might be a little bit. Ah, mate, it's fine. Ailey won't be back till about 3:15. Jacob finishes at 3:15, so she'll be back. She'll be heading back up at 3:15. So no, you can do Elegoo on the things. If I go into 3D printer here now. So I've got a Photon M3 Premium logged in, which I haven't actually got yet. I was just checking the build plate size. We've got the Sonic Mini 4K, Epax X10 4K mono, and Epax X1 4K mono. But if I go to add Resin 3D printer, you can see we've got everything on here. You've got Elegoo. You can pick the whole range of Elegoo printers. We can go for the Creality ones, the Halo. Any of the Anycubics. I don't know if there's anything that's not on here, if I'm honest. I don't know, I need to check that if that's... I need to check if my Epax X1 4K mono is the actual X1 4K mono, or if it's oh, that might be actually. Yeah, that's it, that's fine. So yeah, so with this now, so basically we've got a good anchor at the bottom. We've got all of the islands picked up. Areas where we've got like a mass linking to, like here. So for example, I need to put extra supports on the bottom of that foot because that foot is taking the support of the knee here. I'm going to put one going into the arse there. Oh, I don't know about that. Let's have a little gander and check. Honestly, I stopped following Elegoo a long time ago because I won't look at another Elegoo until they sort out that bloody awful build plate. You've got a Mars 3 on there. Mars 3, Mars 3 Pro, Mars 4's on there, Mars 4 DLP. Yeah, it looks like they're still going. I say whether or not they pull the plug later, I don't know, but for now they're all on there still. Certain areas where you've got like masses of the model. And I don't mean like loads and loads and loads of model kind of thing, but like where there's like a weight that's going to be self-supporting. You can tell where the undersides are because they're highlighted yellow in this checkerbox pattern. So anywhere we've got these kind of like yellow checks, if there's a lot of it, it's always worth just dropping one or two supports into those areas just to make sure we pick it up. Like here, I don't trust this trunk to print properly with just what it's given me. So I am going to put an extra couple of supports on there just for prosperity's sake, just to hold the bugger in place. Underside here, I'm going to put an extra one on the foot just to make sure it prints okay. Under the wing here, I think I'll potentially put an extra one there just to hold that in place, maybe one there. Another one here under the arse, I think, just to, again, just to make sure that we're not going to be dropping it anywhere. Don't want the model to start falling down. This corner will pop another one on. And there. That should be fine. And I think we're alright. I think that should be pretty spot on. It should be nice and easy to remove. All those supports will just come popping off. Nothing's crossing over. Nothing's going to get trapped anywhere. Only potential. Actually, no, even that's not an issue. I said the only potential thing would be this tail. But what I can do is I can just put that over there. Put that over there, and that corrects that issue. So we want all the supports to be pulling off from the same direction. And that'll stop any kind of like knotting up or getting anything to fall to stick. The only other thing I will do, actually, I'm just going to put a couple of I don't normally do this, but that looks like an awful lot of mass over this side to be supported from over here. So I'm just going to put a couple of just a couple of bracings in. Yeah, that's because the supports are too small. You know what I'm saying about the anchors? So you need either a larger support tip or more small support tips in a cluster to hold the model in place. They're the ones that are going to stop the model from detaching from the build plate. And if you don't put enough of them in, then you end up with a plate full of supports and like half printed models in the bottom of the FEP. So you just need to make sure you get those clusters in. But I think it was Ty at Table Flip Foundry who kind of explained to me, if you take a heavy support that's going to cause a divot in the model, and you put that into the base here to kind of like, or you know, we put it on. Let's put it on Lolly's arse there, just to say, like, you know, that's our heavy anchor. That's going to hold her in place and stop her from the thing. But when we come to remove that support, it's going to like put a pit in the bum cheek. So it's going to have a little crater there. Rather than doing that. So let's say that the area of that is 1mm diameter. So it's a 1mm tip there. We take that 1mm tip and we get the 0.24mm tips and we put 5 of them in. And they're in a small cluster, but they're not touching, right? So they're not going to take a chunk out with them. They're all going to break off individually. They're all going to leave a clean mark, or leave no mark, sorry. They'll all break off clean, but they're all offering that same amount of support. So you've got 0.24, 0.24, 0.24, 0.24, 0.24. That actually equates to 1.2mm diameter support rather than 1mm support. So you're actually getting more surface area to anchor the model down without having any physical damage on the model. So that's why it's better to do what I've done here, where we use a cluster of supports in close proximity but with definite gapping between them. That little cluster will be far more effective and remove far cleaner than a large single support. So yeah, try that next time, and it should help to kind of you know, get your models printing nice and removing clean. Because if you ever go on my web store and buy anything, if you ever buy any of the resin models, I print them all here myself. Oh yeah, it's the www. Sorry, look forward. You want HT? I've still got to go back in and change it. I'll do it in a minute, actually. Thank you for that. It's the yeah, the lionstower.com works absolutely perfectly. The www. Seems to completely kill it dead. So I need to make sure I've updated all of my links there and take that one out. But thank you for the prompt on that one. But yeah, like I say, if you buy any of the resin models, they come off the printer, I clean them up, and they're pretty much, from the moment I pull them off the supports, they're ready to ship out once they've been like cleaned and cured. So there's very little of extra work ever required with scalpels and stuff, because I make sure I'm trying to streamline it for me here as a business to be able to kind of send out printed products. And obviously you guys all benefit from that when you get the STL files, because when you buy the STL files you get my lychee supports, which I've deliberately designed to remove easily. So as long as you've got your printer calibrated with the Koza calibration and you've got that perfect calibration level, you should have an absolute joyous printing experience. I call it a printgasm. It's that like amazing feeling when you pull it off the supports, it just detaches perfectly without any kind of extra cleanup or any damage. You go, yes. So there we are. That's 5 minutes to spare. Lulu's done. I'll save her now because I haven't even saved my file. Where were you, Bunker, with the save it? I've done the whole thing here and haven't even supported the bugger. I'm only joking, it's not your responsibility, mate. I appreciate the reminders. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll put her on the printer, run a print cycle, and then when the print cycle kicks out, I'll clean her, check the model over, make sure nothing breaks, and if all's well, she'll get distributed. And that is the usual cycle I work through. So anything I sculpt during a month, we run up like this, and that's it. So next model they'll be making tomorrow will be... Oh, sorry, I won't be doing a model tomorrow, sorry, because I'm not here. Next stream will be Wednesday, and Wednesday's stream will be for... Alright, so we're going back to like the undead type things. So I'm going to do 3 gibbering bandits. Cheers, mate. How do you clear the plate after you're done? I use like a decorating spatula. So you know, like the like a wallpaper scraper kind of thing. You just use that. You don't have to be careful about it. If you dink up the build plate, it's not too bad, as long as you don't gouge it so there's like any bits sticking out of it. If you scratch it, it doesn't matter. In lychee, oh, you just go back to layout, click the model, press delete, just like that, or just close it and reopen it. Whatever works best. Easy peasy. You'll have this history button as well, which can really piss you off at times. You can turn off save your 3D printing history. They use this for kind of assessing how well lychee works, basically. But you can kind of go into here and I'll basically say yes, this one was a success. No, this one failed, and it will kind of presumably lychee get some sort of analytics about it. But for what it's worth, I never use it anymore. I used to use it all the time. I used to always give feedback on the prints, but I just don't bother anymore now. Okay then, guys, only a few of you on. I haven't got time to really do any, sorry, let me just show you. I always use anti-aliasing. So when I print, let me show you my settings. Just open Lolly again. Yeah, so once you've got the model in here in the slice format, you've done all the preparations and stuff, we go to export, we pick the printer, make sure you've got the right resin selected. This is the wrong one for me, but you know, it doesn't matter. Anti-aliasing, I always use sharpen details. Level is 8, grey offset is 20%. High definition anti-aliasing is that off? No, it's off, yeah. I've never turned it on, so I don't even know if that's a new thing actually, but provides a better surface finish. Let's give it a go then. I'll try that next time. And then anti-aliasing on supports is unnecessary, so I'll just leave that off. And then just export slices to file. But yeah, I always use that, and that removes, like, literally the surface finish on any one of my models will be perfect. They're always printed at 25 micron layer height, because having done extensive testing 5-6 years ago. In fact, no, it's longer. Fucking hell, oh god, it was longer than that now. 2015, 2016, when I first started printing. Everyone at the time was using 25 microns as the ultra detail resolution. You could go lower than that, and I did experiment with going to like 20 and 15 and 10. And what I found was actually, if you go up higher, so if you start going up to like 30, 40, 50, you notice a deterioration in the print quality. So the print quality gets worse as you get thicker layer heights. But once you get to 25 microns, when you go lower than that, you don't see any kind of like tangible payoff. But your prints take a lot longer. So let's say it's taking like say it's taking 2 seconds a layer, and we've got here on Lolly, for example, we've got layer preview. We can go to the top of the model. We've got 1,490 layers at 25 microns. So if we do that at 50 microns, we're going to have half the number. So we're going to have say about 900 layers, give or take. Is that about 800? Say about 750 layers, give or take, right? So at 50 microns, you're going to have 750 layers. So it should print in half the time, except your layer height's going to have to be, your layer time is going to be a little bit higher. If we change that and we go to like 10 micron, then we're going to be increasing this massively. So you're not going to be doing much less per layer, but you've still got all the mechanical movement that's going to take place. So you've got a certain amount of movement time that's going to have to be accounted for every layer, even though you're not getting quite so much exposure time. And that movement time is going to be a constant no matter what. So you are never going to get the payback on the time investment in terms of quality. So you're going to be doing at 10 microns, you'll probably be printing, that'd be about 3,000 layers instead of, so literally you'll be doing more than double the number of layers, probably about 3,200, 3,300 or something like that, which is going to more than double your print time. So if this print takes 4 hours on this printer, printing at half the resolution, half the Z height, is not going to give you a 9-hour print quality, if that makes sense. But it's going to take 9 hours to do it. So 25 micron is, from testing, the absolute optimum. Cheers, bunker. Yeah, I'm going to go to the loo and get my shoes on, so I'm ready to go out in the car when Andy gets back. So guys, thank you all very much for joining me today. Again, I'll be back on Wednesday. If you want to chat about anything else, jump in the Discord and we'll pick that one up. I'll be able to send you messages while I'm at the swimming lessons and whatever else. Riz, thank you very much for joining me, and thanks for the chat and the company today, you too, bunker, and everybody else who's joined in. And look forward yourself too. Thank you for the follow. And yeah, guys, I'll be back on Wednesday with more Descent into Avernus goodness. So take it easy in the meantime, and I'll catch you later.